Hello. Hi. It's me again. And we've got some more Punishing Grey Raven stuff to do. Uh, the... Well, so the first thing that we're... Okay, sorry. I need to words better. um, so, basically, there's been another Punishing Grey Raven story chapter. Very exciting. I'm always happy to do new story chapters in PGR, called The Long Goodbye. And this one is featuring Wanche in his new frame, Lucid Dreamer. It's very exciting. And also, before that, I wanted to do one other thing, which is, if you watched last week, you might know that I did the other new chapter in this update, Soaring Beyond, and there wasn't a voiceover yet in the... Well, there was. There was an English voiceover, is what I should say. So it was all Japanese voiceover. But they have now just added the English voiceover for this chapter, and I think also for Wanche's chapter. So before I got started with the Long Goodbye, I wanted to do the last level. I wanted to do the last level of the Veronica boss challenge, because that way I can at least show off some of the English voiceover. And I think that would be fun. I hope other people think that would be fun, because we're doing it. So, I guess, without any further ado, let's get started. Let's do some Veronica boss fight. And we'll be using my beloved fire team again. Oh, my sweeties.
I will not allow anyone to stop me from achieving this goal. Not even my kin.
The left side of the armor too thin?
No way out! Don't think to escape my sight! Your chance of survival has been reduced to zero!
I'm having the sneezes. Ugh.
The apocalypse. Come with me.
Target locked. Maximum suppressing fire.
I've been reborn in the ashes.
Do you still fail to see? Humanity has no place in our future. That's fine. Or call it first. What use is there in showing mercy?
Is the left side of the armor too thin?
Simulation complete. Cease your resistance. At the end of time!
Ugh! Nothing can thwart me!
Now's not the time to relax yet, Commandant.
So yeah, there's Veronica. I'll pick up these rewards too. And yeah, I just wanted to do that, like partially so we could hear the English voiceover, because I think even if you're someone who doesn't really enjoy English voiceover in games and stuff, which I am, but if you're someone who doesn't, I think even then, like there are times, such as during boss fights, where the characters' lines are not, they're not subtitled. So sometimes you can't understand really what they're saying. Like, I know a little bit of Japanese, a little bit, because I took some of it in college. Certainly not enough to be like, I am fluent in the language. Certainly not. Absolutely not. But I do know a bit of it. And it's definitely not enough for me to have, like, understood everything that, say, Veronica was saying during her boss fight. So I wanted to show that, just because, again, even if you're not someone who really enjoys English voiceover, this way you can at least understand what the character was saying during combat. Get a little bit of a taste of that. And I hope that was good for everybody. Regardless, we'll now get on with the main event, which is, as I said already, we're going to be doing The Long Goodbye, the story chapter featuring Wancha Lucid Dreamer, which, as well, I've already cleared it. Not cleared it, sorry. Ugh, my words today. I've already gotten Wancha Lucid Dreamer, as you can see here. I did not do polls for him, because this guy was totally free. Yay! Yep, so, this is the fourth frame, I should say. The fourth frame in the game that has been available permanently for free on release. Which is super, super generous in my opinion. Especially because not only are they, like, giving away these frames, they're giving away these frames that are meta. Like, they're not just like, oh, here, like, take a frame that you won't use. They're meta frames when they're released, and they're given out completely for free. In this case, from the Dorm Dispatch shop. And also, fun fact, Wancha is the first one they've given away in this manner who is not an amplifier construct. He is an ice tank. And, as we already know, because I mentioned it a little bit earlier, earlier meaning a week ago, because I think I showed him off a little bit, even though he wasn't really available yet. He also has a new effect, which is glaciation, and let's look at that. The cryogenic technology added after multiple iterations of battle modules allows frames to create a small, low-temperature area during battle. Further attacks can be unlocked when the parameters in the area reach preset values over time. So, a lot of his skills work with glaciation in this way. And, you know what? Let's do... because we can. I want to show in Celica's class, she added effect tutorials. And so we can do a brief explanation of what glaciation is and what it does. So let's do that. It'll be fun. And this way, I think, hopefully it'll just be a little bit easier to understand what this mechanic does. Because honestly, I think I'd have a little trouble explaining
There
it
are
myself.
many paths, but only one way this will go.
Lucid Dreamer's skills accumulate glaciation. Once it is full, Arctic Ice will be triggered and grant 1 Arctic Ice layer.
Will we see the bigger picture
Arctic
now?
Ice layer is displayed here. It can accumulate up to 10 layers. After pressing and holding dodge, and to activate calibration mode, pressing and holding basic attack or tapping red orb will consume condensation projectiles for energy. Okay. Casting Signature when energy is full consumes all Arctic Ice layers to activate Ice Spikes.
There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Ice Spikes briefly freezes enemies, and each Arctic Ice layer adds 1 second to the duration of Ice Spikes. During the duration of Ice Spikes, skills that deal glaciation damage trigger ice accumulation. After long pressing dodge to activate calibration mode, pressing basic attack deals cryo damage, or ice damage, and triggers ice accumulation. Oops, I meant to press and hold that. I messed up. Oops. Once the duration of Ice Spikes ends, consumes Congelation to trigger Ice Burst. The more Congelation accumulates, the higher glaciation damage Ice Burst deals.
Will we see the bigger picture now? Seeing the bigger picture now?
Oh, it's not. I remembered. I was gonna try to
On we go.
do
Take the
another
path the dead have forged.
glaciation
and move
rotation,
beyond.
but it wouldn't actually let me use my signature move, so I couldn't actually activate it. But yeah, so that's how glaciation works. So now we've got the brand new side story, The Long Goodbye. I will say I know very little about this. I know very little about this story. But something I do know is that if you've watched my streams and, you know, experienced some of this story with me, you might be familiar with one of the friends who we're going to see today. If you've seen, in particular, my stream of the chapter Cradle Parade, which is actually one of the first streams I did on this channel as Luke Aurora, so it's a little bit nostalgic. Speaking of which, I wanted to figure out when I did that, because I want to actually know when I really started this channel, so that I can figure out like when my streaming anniversary would be, because that's something a lot of people celebrate, and I want to be able to celebrate it too. And I guess also, speaking of which, my birthday is coming up in less than a month, and I want to celebrate that a bit too, although I don't really know how. I'm not sure what I want to do. I mean, I know what I'd like to do, but I don't think I would be able to. So instead, we're just gonna do our best. Figure out something, hopefully. So, yeah, I don't know much about what goes on in this chapter. We'll see. And hopefully we'll have a lot of fun. Alright. Let's get go. Scout. Wansha turns his wrist, slowly clenching and unclenching his fist, just as he did years ago when he first awakened at the Star of Life. Gonna have a little drink. Oh, baby Wansha! I don't think I've seen baby Wansha before. Because a lot of characters have like backstory interlude chapters, but Wansha's didn't feature him as a child at all. It was just when he was a military doctor before becoming a construct. So this is fun. This is exciting. Walk forward. Do you see it? The child lifts his head as a gust of wind disperses the mist, sending his white curls dancing into the corners of his eyes. Not yet. Keep going, won't you? Don't look back. Going. Just keep moving forward. Yes. Keep going. Here we are. The child reaches the massive oak tree, gasping for air. The journey back here has all but drained him physically. The oak trunk blocks his view, leaving him blind to everything else. He reaches out with his skeletal hand to touch the bark, only to quickly withdraw it when the rough texture pricks his skin. Look down. Following his mother's guidance, the boy bends down and struggles to dig out a pale yellow stone from the soil beneath the tree trunk. It's amber. Amber? Is there something inside? I can't see it clearly. The boy holds the amber up to the sky, but with the sunlight hiding behind the fog, whatever lies within the amber grows blurry. A soft sigh drifts from behind, distinctly feminine. Once the sun rises, we'll see everything clearly. This is as far as I can go. This moment marks the beginning of your story, Wansha. Mother? Let me tell you a story. In this world, there are many people who travel between Earth and Eden, serving as messengers connecting these two realms. Now they want to invite you on a journey to Eden. I don't want to go. They don't need me anyway. But last time, you told me that Eden's travel screening is really strict. They only let you through if you're either really smart or really strong. Someone who can fight and do lots of work. They know you're still a child, He'll give you time to grow. The journey won't take long. Just take a little nap, and when you open your eyes, you'll be there. The boy wrings his hands together. His fingers and sleeves are still covered in black soil from digging earlier. He's still at an age where he can't properly take care of himself. Will it be long before I see you again? I think so. But in the future, you'll definitely find me. Or I'll find you. Oh, he's crying. I'm sorry. Cardiac arrest in bed 47. 47. How long has he been here? Get Dr. Melvey to check on him. I'm on it. Activate emergency response system for bed 47. Check tracheal intubation first, then establish IV access. I'll have someone contact the boy's legal guardian. No need for that. Set the DBS pulse frequency above 100. Neural stimulator settings shouldn't be this high under normal circumstances. I'm his temporary guardian, and I'm responsible for him. Now hurry. The stagnant air in the room suddenly stirs to life as doctors briefly check bed 47 before rushing away, only to return moments later with various life support equipment to hook up to the child. Just one more step, won't you? Just one step forward. Patient in bed 47 is awake. Confined to the hospital bed, the boy's small body trembles as he opens his eyes. He stares at the ceiling with an unfocused gaze. What was that? Let's take it easy. Just do as I say and blink twice. Are you an intern? A child with a mental age under 1 can't even follow basic instructions. How do you expect to assess his consciousness? But the child in the bed, who appears to be 4 or 5 years old, slowly blinks twice, which immediately draws the doctor's full attention. Now blink 3 times. Yes, make a fist. Just close the hand I'm pointing at, and... That's it. Seems like deep stimulation therapy is effective. This is the second child I've seen wake up. Human life truly is miraculous. The doctor turns around excitedly to look at Melvey, who stands frozen beside the bed. In all her 3 months as an intern, has never seen such an expression on Melvey's face. She actually did it? With a trembling hand, Melvey reaches out to Wanshi and gently touches his forehead. Wanshi strains to press his face against Melvey's palm, clearly wanting to say something, but the tracheotomy tube prevents him from speaking. It's okay now. Everything's okay. Years of rehabilitation in the Star of Life Pediatric ICU. For a moment's contemplation, Melvey decides to write this medical record in Wanshi's empty dossier, making it the first entry in his files. In rehabilitation, Wanshi is like a newborn child, understanding nothing, having to learn everything anew. With a portable respirator constantly by his side, he progresses from standing with support devices to taking a few guided steps with Melvey's help. Months later, he finally manages to take his own unsteady steps independently. Hello there, little Wanshi. Where are you going? Aunt Melvie. Is Aunt Melvie here? I think I just saw her clock out. I'm just not sure if she's scheduled for the night shift, though. I'm on duty tonight. What can I do for you? Melvie appears behind Wansha and bends down to adjust the ventilator strap at the back of his head. Aunt Melvie, I want to be your little helper again tonight. Not tonight, sweetie. I have work to do, and your job is to get some sleep. But I really want a wish card. The Make-A-Wish cards are part of a small reward system Melvie created for the pediatric ward. Children can earn these cards by being good, taking their medicine, getting their shots, going to bed on time, or by being Melvie's little helper. Only 20 wish cards are given out each week, and the children eagerly compete for them, like Freckle in the bed next to Wansha's. He's a freckled child who lost both legs to his illness, which continues to spread even now. What do you want the wish cards for? You never trade them in for toys or candy when I give them to you. Well, you're just trying to stay up late, aren't you? Under Melvie's all-knowing gaze, Wansha stumbles through an explanation. There are monsters in my dreams. I'm scared. And Mom had something to tell me, but I can't remember what it is. Melvie's expression darkens. She takes Wansha's hand and leads him away from her colleagues who are preparing to leave for the day. In the corner, Melvie's voice turns stern. Wansha, haven't I made it clear? You're not supposed to talk about Mom when you're out here. Yes. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. She left right after you were brought to the Star of Life. You've never been anywhere else, and I've been the one taking care of you all this time. But Mom told me I came from Earth. Impossible. There's grass there, and flowers, soil, big trees, birds, and the ocean. None of that is fake. Enough, Wansha. You're just being delusional. Wansha clamps his mouth shut, his breathing quickening as he glares at Melvie with visible displeasure. I don't blame you. You don't understand, but you must never say these things to anyone else. Absolutely no one. You have no idea what kind of danger that could put you in. The nightmares, you'll get used to them. You'll forget them eventually, Wansha. Be a good child. Dinner will be here soon. You should head back now, and don't come to see me tonight. Wansha sniffles. Aunt Melvie. Perhaps realizing her harshness, Melvie softens her tone. Never mind. If you really want to stay with me, you can help me with the medical records tonight. Same as always. You can help move the stool. Don't touch any medicine, though. And that goes for everything else. If you behave, I'll give you a wish card. How does that sound? Wansha's eyes instantly light up. I'll be good. Be good about what? Melvie pulls Wansha behind her protectively as she faces the middle-aged man with dull golden eyes. The man leans down to greet Wansha, his name tag briefly flashing before the child's eyes. What's your name, little one? Oh, Kugawa Kurono. He's not a nice guy. Seeing the man's white coat and name tag, Wansha decides to trust him. I'm Wansha. Hello, Wansha. What brings you here? Why are you out with the doctor? I'm going on duty with Aunt Melvy. Melvy. I've heard that name before. A colleague might have mentioned it. Kugawa Kurono straightens up and turns to Melvy. I'm Kugawa Kurono. You must be new to pediatrics. I haven't seen you around before. Who are you? What do you want? Under Melvy's glare, the man gently pats Wansha's head. White curls shift between fingers as Wansha looks up at the adult patting his head, only to find their gaze still fixed upon him. Wansha, there's something I need to ask you. He pauses for a moment before asking the question that matters most to Wansha. Do you remember your mother? Mother? The word strikes a nerve with Melvy. She instantly tightens her grip on Wansha's hand, ready to flee at any moment. So you're one of those people interested in the experiments. I don't know what she did after going to Earth. Nobody does. Wansha has nothing to do with her anymore, so stay out of this. Besides, this is Babylonia, not some place where you can hunt for test subjects as you wish. Wansha looks bewilderedly between the two people in white coats. Trusting Melvy more, he follows her instructions and answers the man's question in all seriousness. I don't remember. I don't have a mother. Don't answer him. Did Melvy tell you to say that? Please leave immediately, or I'll have to call security. That won't be necessary. I just need to confirm something with Wansha. The man pulls a gun from behind his waist and raises it toward Wansha. Melvy lunges forward, screaming something inaudible. Wansha remains still. This is his first time seeing a gun, probably. The dark barrel of the gun looks him in the eye, and searing pain explodes through his head. Wansha sits up on the maintenance platform and takes a deep breath, feeling the vital fluid surge rapidly through his entire body. Wansha turns his wrist, slowly clenching and unclenching his fist, just as he did years ago when he first awakened at the Star of Life. The sealed laboratory is silent, with him as its sole occupant. It's an ordinary day. While the rest of Strike Hawk carries out their mission on the ground, he undergoes compatibility testing for his new frame in Babylonia. The door at the back of the sealed laboratory slides open as someone drags in diagnostic equipment. Same old. Yes. Involuntary memory data retrieval. 7th occurrence this month. The adverse effects only show minor mind deviation, but the frequency is abnormally high. I've temporarily switched you back to your old frame. Looking sleep-deprived, Asimov connects the diagnostic equipment to an equally exhausted Wansha. His brow furrows deeper as he studies the displayed waveforms. Frame changes do typically cause mind deviation, usually resolved after an adjustment period. But you requested this frame quite a while ago, and the compatibility period isn't short either. These minor issues shouldn't be occurring anymore, theoretically speaking. And the problem lies within my mind itself. I spoke with the doctor who handled your transformation yesterday. The situation was critical at the time. He had to seal away the memory data causing mind instability, or the transformation would have failed. You were already aware of this situation, weren't you? Wansha nods. Such complications during emergency transformations aren't uncommon. Usually your memories from when you were still human interfere with the process. Sealing them away help maintain a degree of mind stability in constructs. I advise against awakening this memory data. You can't predict the consequences of forcing them out, although you've started accessing them already without yourself knowing it. I'll have your leader request an extended adjustment period for you. For now, avoid taking on any critical missions. You'll need a commandant's assistance later, whether to release and reorganize the chaotic data deep within your mind, or to reinforce its containment. Either way, your mind needs to be stabilized in a controlled environment. Sure. Go and get some rest. Wait. New frame compatibility. Let's give that another try. What do you mean? If it's just a slight deviation, I can learn to ignore it. It's like learning how to get used to dreams. A shrill alarm blares from the monitoring equipment, drawing the attention of nearby staff. Warning. Red Tide movement detected in Area AQ. Establishing communication with local recon personnel. The operator in charge of the area immediately pulls up the ground communication feed. The video feed is distorted and blurry, only showing rapid movement on the other end. At least the audio transmission remains clear. Reporting on Red Tide movement in Area AQ. It's been over 44 hours since the last Red Tide movement. 30 minutes ago, a new movement was detected. It submerged an environmental monitoring station, confirming Red Tide activity. The Red Tide appears to be targeting conservation areas 189 and 190. The Red Tide is moving southeast from the northwest, at an average speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Speed is expected to increase to 30 kilometers per hour within the hour. Estimated arrival: Conservation Area 189 in 12 hours, followed by Area 190 in 13 hours. The situation is particularly critical, as both conservation areas serve as fuel supply units for Babylonia. Red Tide contamination poses severe risk. Based on the reassessment, I recommend immediate evacuation of all residents and engineering personnel. Acknowledged. Evacuation preparations for both conservation areas were completed this week, ready to proceed at any time. The operator's fingers move across the control panel as his eyes scan through multiple screens. He pauses when a particular note catches his attention and studies it for a few seconds. Do you require dispatch assistance? This is standard protocol, but I know you rarely need it. The rapid movement in the video feed gradually slows down. This time I do. Please dispatch 1 or 2 scouts to assist me. Copy. The nearest scouts have received a support request, but as this area has always been stable, it might take some time for them to get there. If necessary, we can redirect a team currently on a mission into conservation areas. Not necessary. I'll wait for the other scouts to arrive. The brief moments of casual exchange fade. As both the scout and the dispatcher quickly return to their professional demeanor. Maintain stable communications and continue monitoring the Red Tide. As the dispatcher ends the call, a figure suddenly emerges from the corner. Wait. Behind the new dispatcher, the monitoring equipment under his charge blinks with red warning lights. There's an abandoned building 80 kilometers northwest of Conservation Area 189, right in the Red Tide's path. We detected an unknown signal there 2 hours ago. I dispatched several nearby constructs to form a temporary squad for investigation, but they completely lost contact after receiving the support request. There was also an elite construct from New Sophiasburg who volunteered to join them. They've lost contact with them, too. So you're telling me the Provisional Construct Squad has gone missing, and their last transmission was a distress signal? The rookie nods vigorously, while handing over additional documents. And there's this. Some data was transmitted along with the distress signal. We can confirm this building was once a research facility, but there's no record of it in the Science Council's archives. After glancing at the transmitted data, the usually stern dispatcher draws a deep breath before turning to check the information on other nearby teams. Report this data to command right away, then send me a copy of the provisional squad's roster. I'll coordinate the support. There should be 2 task forces and a commandant on standby in conservation areas 189 and 192. The closest one is... Information about 2 search and rescue capable teams appears on screen as the dispatcher initiates communication. I sent the information about the squad needing assistance to your terminal. Can you confirm receipt? Copy that. The human sits in the speeding transport vehicle, studying the detailed mission briefing on their tactical terminal. With recent increased red tide activity near the conservation area, the Grey Raven Commandant and their squad are assisting with evacuation preparations within the zone. From last night until tonight, 2 partial evacuations have been conducted in the conservation area, led by Liv and Lee respectively. According to the original plan, the Grey Raven Commandant would handle the last group of residents. Liv would return at dawn and escort them to the temporary shelter with the Commandant to rendezvous with Lee. Just now, as scouts issued a red tide anomaly warning to the conservation area... Oh boy. I'm tired today. Babylonia also dispatched an urgent support mission to Grey Raven's Commandant. You'll have to lead the 2 station constructs to provide support. The scouts over there will assist your team. The mission takes place in an abandoned research institute. Your objectives are to search for the recon squad members and gather any research data you can find. Most importantly, the red tide will engulf the mission area in 9 hours. We have to evacuate before then. Roger. As the mission communication ends, the construct driving the transport vehicle turns her head back excitedly. I've been stationed at Conservation Area 189 for over a year, but this is my first time carrying out a support mission like this. Me too. I can't take this. Sandy gives Greg an overly dramatic pat on the back. He gets nervous about everything at first, but he's actually quite reliable when he needs to get the job done. Commandant, I hope you could be patient with him. Don't worry too much. It's just a routine mission. I really can't. Sandy, open the window. Huh? You're actually gonna throw up? I mean, you're a construct, for God's sake. Sandy scrambles to lower the window while Greg immediately leans out and starts dry heaving. The cold wind rushes into the vehicle, but is kept at bay by your winter gear. Spring may have arrived, but this northern location still demands respect for its low temperatures. We're almost at our destination. Don't mess this up at the final moment. The Commandant's watching, you know. The transport vehicle runs over a rock, causing it to bounce twice. The jolting motion makes Greg's vision blur. What's that? Panting from his bout of nausea, Greg manages to recalibrate his visual modules and spots several shadowy figures lurking in the darkness ahead. Watch out! Swerve right! As Greg makes out the shapes clearly, he raises his gun while shouting. Hetero creature spotted! Sandy yanks the steering wheel hard. The tires screech against the ground, their sharp sound mixing with Greg's gunfire. On the right, too. Spotting the danger, you raise your weapon and shoot back 2 hetero creatures, just as they're about to latch on to the vehicle's rear. There are over a dozen of them to the left. What's going on? The red tide shouldn't be here yet. Did it speed up? Why didn't I get any warnings from the scouts? No red tide readings on the surface either. I don't know where they came from. They said I wasn't cut out for this. It's my first mission and everything's going wrong. Too many hostiles. We gotta retreat. A hetero creature leaps onto the right window, its massive jaws gaping at you. Despite his agonized screams, Greg springs into action. Lunging past you, he shoves his gun into the hetero creature's mouth and unleashes a barrage of bullets. Seizing the opportunity, Sandy weaves the car through a series of sharp turns, throwing the remaining hetero creatures off the vehicle. See? I told you Greg was reliable. Pretty awesome driving skills, right? Should I try applying for the support force once this mission's over? I think you're celebrating too early. Look, in front. With a trembling finger, Greg points in front of the transport vehicle. A dense swarm of hetero creatures blocks the end of the road, ready to prey on the lone transport. That's our target facility up ahead. No way around it. We'll have to fight our way through them to get inside. Two constructs turn to look at you simultaneously. We've only spent a few days together. They've already grown quite familiar with each other. We're forcing our way through. Roger that! The engine roars as the transport vehicle suddenly accelerates. With it, the inertia pins you to the seat. The transport truck plows through this hetero creature and crashes into the building amid a chorus of shrieks, the impact sending shockwaves through the vehicle. This is it! There's a door ahead. Let's rush in! Make sure to seal it shut behind us. I thought we were supposed to meet some elite construct at the target location. Where are they? The three of them leap from the vehicle with weapons in hand and rush into the building. While running, you can check the information displayed on your terminal once more. The construct who should be meeting us here is... Don't look back. Just keep running. A voice calls out from above the building, and the three of you instinctively dive forward. A moment later, a hail of bullets rains down from behind. After diving into the corridor behind the door, you finally look back to see a white figure leap down from above, firing freeze rounds through the fierce wind to immobilize the shrieking hetero creatures in place. Get the door shut. After dispatching the hetero creatures at the front, the construct strides toward the door while support drones provide a comforting blanket of covering fire from behind. What? Launch it! You shout out the construct's names when you see him. Red Hawk Squad, launch it! Never done this before. One second. Okay, so... Did that guy shoot Wansha in the face? Or did he... Like, did he shoot Wansha in the head? Or did he shoot the doctor? And, like, maybe Wansha's head pain was just from the memory? Was he... And, again, was he really just about to shoot a child? Jeez. Come on, man. You can't just be shooting children. I didn't realize Kieran was streaming. He's doing a Pokemon picker. I'm gonna just say hi, and then I'll get back to this. I wanted to make sure I was... because, I was worried. Was it the end of the GPL? Because I was hoping I would be there, but I had forgotten if it was scheduled to be on, tonight. Oh boy. I feel like I've been a little scattered recently. Did he post a schedule for this week? It looks like he might not have. Huh. Well, anyway. I wasn't sure if the finale of the GPL was tonight. I would have been so mad at myself if I had started a stream. If I had started a stream, and then it was during something I wanted to catch. I would have been so mad. Anyway. Shade. So we've got this for inspecting all suspicious items. And there's a hidden one. Let's go, and be careful. That was way too close. The hetero creatures almost had me buried. I'm the scout who set out the red tide anomaly alert. I came here to be on standby after receiving the support request. Thank God you showed up. Really appreciate it. You're welcome. Wansha eliminates most of the hetero creatures outside, buying time for the three of you to rush into the building. Everyone takes shelter in the sealed corridor of the research facility, using this brief moment of respite to check on their equipment. You finally get a chance to look at Wansha's new frame. I heard you submitted an application for a new frame recently. Is this the one? Yeah, just got it recently. My current mission is to monitor red tide movements. Hold on a sec. Is this where that last squad that came here was confirmed missing? Andy and I tried scanning the area, but we didn't pick up their signals. It might be due to the facility's internal jamming system. Before you arrived, I did some preliminary scouting. I didn't pick up any signals either, but I can confirm they were here. They took the same path we're on now. Wansha points to the side of his ear. The Hawkeye system. It's a test device that the Science Council installed in frames. You can think of it as a portable version of the Spirit FOS. I can see there's more information in this corridor alone than I expected. So you're picking up more traces than just those from the last squad. Yes, both the old and new information are layered together. The oldest traces were left by the research facility's personnel. The more recent ones, about 2 years ago, were left by deserter constructs from Babylonia. There are traces of Ascendants, too. So this place is an Ascendant stronghold? It used to be. Greg falls silent, and Sandy gives him a familiar pat on the back. Here I was hoping this facility's projects would be somewhat normal, without any mutants. Find out we're about to walk right into an Ascendant's nest. I'm definitely going to be a dead weight. I'm not done yet. Greg nearly faints on the spot. The anomalous signal in the last squad was tracking remains deep within the research facility, but similar signals are scattered throughout other areas of the building. Perhaps there are hints inside that some other constructs have left behind, like this one. Wansha walks past Greg and Sandy to reach a cluttered corner, where he picks up a heavily damaged terminal that still blinks rhythmically with light. It's Babylonia's standard issue military equipment. Yes, it's it's not the latest version. Nimble fingers, Wansha dismantles the old terminal and extracts the still intact transmitter inside. The signal light's blinking pattern changes, its color shifting to red. Someone made a makeshift signaling device from spare parts, telling us to press forward. I can't make any sense of this. It's not even a signal that Babylonia's constructs learn. What makes you so sure this was intentionally left as a hint? This makes no sense to me, either. Wansha, you want to be careful if this facility was once a Descendant stronghold. This could be a trap. Don't worry. I know exactly what this construct was trying to do. It's a special signal that Shorthalt and his team used. Only those who've been on missions with him would recognize it. There it is, the familiar name. Shorthalt was a character that we kind of met in the chapter Cradle Parade. Kind of. We kind of met him. Sort of. Not really. It's complicated. To sum up, late game reveal in Cradle Parade, not only was the Shorthalt that we met during that chapter a clone of the real Shorthalt, but the Grey Raven Commandant I had been playing as throughout the chapter was also a clone. So two clones met each other and both died. And so, yeah, we kind of met Shorthalt. As the player, we met his clone. So the real Shorthalt is still MIA. But the fact that some Ascendants had clones of him on hand, I don't think that's a good sign. Shorthalt? Shorthalt is the former leader of the Scarab Squad. He's been missing for quite some time now, though. While the Ascendant has returned Shorthalt's nameplate by the shore, the group was never expecting to run into this hint that Shorthalt had left behind in this abandoned research facility of all places. Everyone has sensed that there's something out of the ordinary about this. Wansha carefully tucks away his terminal and heads deeper into the research facility. Let's head deeper. This is the way to go. Unless Shorthalt's trying to screw with anyone following his trail. What? What do you mean by that? Hard to say. What Shorthalt is pointing to could be a clue, or it could be trouble. It might even just be his way of saying hello. Huh? Though this signal doesn't seem like a friendly greeting, that's for sure. I worked with him many times when I first started going on missions. He had a habit of handling the most of the difficult problems ahead, leaving signals behind and entrusting any unfinished business to those who followed. Whatever unfinished business he left behind would sometimes snowball into even bigger problems, and I had to work overtime to take care of them. There were times when his unfinished business was nothing more than his lame attempts at being funny. Well, you never knew this leader from Scarab Squad all that well. Everything Lamia said by the shore a year ago has stayed with you. You took the nameplate ever since. You feel complicated listening to Wansha's description of Shorthalt while looking at the message he left behind. Can you detect when these signals were left behind? If it hasn't been too long, we might still have a chance. Been there for a long time. Left behind around when he was declared missing. If there was any chance to escape, he'd crawl his way out if he had to. Wansha's bangs fall forward and hide his expression. Let's proceed with caution. Oh. Let's look around first. Be careful.
Understood. Let's go.
Copy that.
Scribbled drawings, messy brushstrokes, and pages full of smudges reveal the mental state of the creator. Reading on, a fairy tale written in childlike sentences can be found. It seems strangely familiar. Several pages of the story are missing, their whereabouts unknown.
Toys, books, everything's a mess. The Babylonia construct remains. What happened here?
Stay alert. There's still quite a bit of punishing virus.
The Ascendant use this place as their base, after all.
No. It's not just the Ascendant.
Ugh. A lusterless teddy bear next to a small, mangled body. Anything around here I can do something with? No? Well, okie dokie. Yeah, let's familiarize ourselves with it.
I still have another shot. Your weakness has been fully exposed. See the bigger picture now?
There's nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide. This is my choice.
Okay. Oh.
Run!
What?
How is it possible for the punishing virus to be inside here?
They say that lab got wrecked. All the punishing viruses leaked out.
Is this why the Institute was wiped out? Your weakness has been fully exposed. This is my choice.
Childhood innocence and dreams, abandoned and scattered. I like the big teddy bears, at least. I want to hug them. I don't like the creepy dolls. Huh? What's this? Lost page 6. Elon was clever. He knew the old lady had poor eyesight, so he always stuck a chicken bone through the cage bars. Every time she grumbled as she left, wondering why the boy never seemed to gain weight. She couldn't sell children with poor physical condition. A month passed, and Iman still hadn't gained weight. The old lady grew impatient. She forged his health report and determined to send him away. When she came to Iman's cage, he said, "I have gained weight now, but my hands can't fit through the bars. You have to let me out to check." The old lady unlocked the cage. Instantly, Iman shoved her hard, and Glaya pushed the old lady into the cage and locked her inside. The old lady shrieked furiously, and heavy footsteps thundered from upstairs. It was the caretakers. Iman and Glaya. Iman pushed Glaya into a hidden passage and said, "Run! Run as fast as you can!" "But what about you, brother?" Glaya cried. Then she heard a familiar answer. "Don't be scared. We'll see each other again," Iman said. Glaya ran out of the bright welfare home without stopping. her parrot found her and guided her down a safe path. From that day on, Gaia never saw Iman again. Let's see if there's anything else. Any other lost pages for me to find. I would guess that that has something to do with the achievement.
All the specimen tanks were shattered. Biological experiments, maybe? Are these tests? They were actually using children as specimens.
Ah!
Your weakness has been full. This is my choice.
Hey, where did Greg and Sandy go? Greg? Sandy? Uh-oh. Perhaps when every tear is shed and every drop of blood is drained, the pain will end. Broken construct remains. A frail body is imprisoned here, undecaying, unable to find release even in death. Its remains endured, aging and fracturing, gazing at its intruders with its broken presence, such as the fate of the children who couldn't escape. Ah!
There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
This is my choice. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Hello? Greg? Sandy? This is my choice. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
I keep forgetting to build back up my rounds.
Your weakness has been fully exposed. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Your weakness has been fully exposed.
Oh, I got both. As you walk up to Wanche, wind rushes through the passage behind, carrying what seems to be the metallic scent of blood. You were right, Wanche. Greg and Sandy are probably in trouble. Acting on instinct, you carefully dodge aside and raise your gun at the darkness behind you. Only static crackles through the comms. Wanche doesn't respond. Sensing something amiss, you grip your gun and quickly back up 2 steps to Wanche's last known location, carefully peering into the room. The scene unfolds before your eyes. Something seems off about Wanche. A corrupted suddenly springs from the pitch-black void behind him and drags him into the depth. Wanche! Pure reflex takes over. You lunge forward and manage to grab Wanche by the wrist just before he's dragged down. but the consequences of acting on instinct are all too clear. Both you and Wansha are yanked down into the void, from which a cacophony of crashing sounds comes. Despite your spinning vision, you stagger to your feet and fire several shots at the blurry shadows ahead. The Corrupted fails to dodge. As the bullet finds its mark, the Corrupted releases its grip on Wansha and rapidly retreats down the long corridor ahead. When you look in the direction where the Corrupted disappeared, you see nothing but the marks carved into the ground by its exposed framework. Wansha, are you okay? As you slowly regain your vision, Wansha comes into view, with his brows furrowed and revolver clutched tighter. He appears distant and dazed. They're corrupted. Something's definitely strange about it. Let's forget about it for now. I suspected there were mind fluctuations in you when we were up there. Is it because of the new frame? But I should be fully adapted to this by now. Establish a mind connection with me now. Alright. Unlike the calm of the previous connection, you feel turbulent waves as soon as Wansha's mind beacon enters your mind. Babylonia would never allow you to descend in this condition. There were only minor mind fluctuations before. And even Asimov gave it the all clear. This is the first time something like this has happened. This probably has to do with the corruption just now. Wansha's memory data spirals out of control, throwing your mind into complete chaos. No. There seems to be something else in your mind? Ooh. Correction. The rambling young doctor and the boy both gaze toward an unreachable future, both seemingly convinced it will come true, whether they're the deceiver or the deceived. In the endless darkness, water drips next to the air. He wants to reach out and touch it, but not a single muscle in his entire body would cooperate. He can feel himself being dismembered, skin peeled away, muscles slashed apart, and before his unsupported flesh can scatter across the ground, it's already being remolded into something new. His entire body feels submerged in filth, yet simultaneously, a new form takes shape. He tries to take a deep breath, only to realize that his new body doesn't breathe. He attempts to move his fingers, and finally, the joints at his extremities twitch slightly. Time blurs into itself as he raises his brand new head, while red light flickers through the gaps in his joints. As he looks up, all the adults stare at him with visible tension, each wearing white protective suits that seal them completely, leaving not even the smallest gap exposed. Wait, hold off on the next step. Punishing is about to exceed the concentration limit. Wait, it already did! The needle on one of the monitors rapidly swings past the safe zone, prompting the man watching the gauges to immediately press the nearest button. He suddenly finds himself unable to breathe, as if the constant flow of energy from the air into his body has been completely drained, leaving him in discomfort. The wide, thick metal clasps on his body slowly begin to tighten. He springs into action, flexing his new arm with all his might. He tears through the supposedly unbreakable restraints as an adult screams in shock. The emergency protocols have failed. We can't contain it. Stop. Stop right now. Everyone out. The adults seem terrified of his approach, frantically rushing toward the door. Outside the window, people are shouting. Don't open the door. The punishing concentration in there is far beyond what we can handle. He's gone haywire. Free from his restraints, he advances eagerly toward the adult in the room, as if answering to the voices from outside the window. Abandon the test subject. Everyone evacuate. Do not approach this lab. Even the respirator can't muffle the child's terrified scream. Wancha jumps upright in bed, making Freckle in the next bed jump with fright. Melvy, during doing her routine patient checks, turns to look this way. The child curls up on the hospital bed, still trembling from fear. It takes a long moment before he can find his voice. Those things again. Was that me? No, it wasn't me. Another nightmare. Long accustomed to such scenes, Melvy continues signing the children's bedside cards without even looking up. However, after signing the cards, Melvy pauses at the sight of tears welling up in Wancha's eyes. With a sigh, she pulls a colorful card from her pocket and bends down to place it beside Wancha's pillow. Since you didn't cry during your nightmare, here's a wish card as a reward. Wancha sits up and retrieves his collection of cards from under his pillow. He hands them all over to Melvy. I want to use them all now. Let me stay with you today. No, Wancha. I have too much work to do. Melvy refuses without hesitation. Besides, you have a mission too. To rest well and focus on your rehabilitation. Seeing Wancha still silent, Melvy pushes another access card into his hand. Well, how about this? You can go to the VR rehabilitation room today to play some games. Your favorite treasure hunter. Here's the access card. Just go and say hi to the doctor there. I don't want to go anymore. Why not? You can get rewards. Plus it'll help with your rehabilitation. I don't want to do rehabilitation. Wancha covers his head. It's all so crazy. I can't even tell if that was a nightmare or not. Chaotic memories surface in every dream. Try as he might to process them. Each time he finds himself drowning in their depth. It's as if foreign memories have been crammed into his mind, leaving him unable to tell whether these dreams belong to him or someone else. He tries to tell Melvy about it. She can't explain these bizarre dreams, just as no one can explain how a child who spent years in a coma shows no signs of mental regression. The child's distress makes Melvy pause for a moment. After a brief hesitation, she gently strokes Wancha's forehead. Wancha, try to forget about them. They're just nightmares. It's all over now. Even Mom was just a dream. Melvy's hand freezes mid-motion, and her tone turns serious again. Listen carefully, Wancha. You're just sick. Your brain is creating hallucinations, making up dreams where you see your mom, and all those other things you mentioned. If you don't try to remember them, your brain will mark these as useless information and gradually throw them away. Melvy's terminal chimes. She glances down at it and immediately rises to her feet. I have to go now. Something's come up. Come and check on you tonight. Until another doctor comes, stay here with your friends, okay? I'm sorry, Melvy, for bringing up things I shouldn't have again. I'll be good. I'll forget them. I'll throw them away, Aunt Melvy. Seeing Wansha curl up again, Melvy seems to have more to say. But with the terminal ringing, she can only leave behind 2 pieces of candy. As soon as the ward door closes, Freckles struggles to sit up in the adjacent bed. She's so good to you, isn't she? At least you get to see her every day. And she even gives you snacks. Freckle points at the empty leg of his pants. No one from my family has come to see me, even when I'm like this. Here, have some candy. I'll share with you. Freckles accepts Wansha's kind gesture. He unwraps a fruit candy and pops it into his mouth. Whatever. It's not like getting better is such a good thing anyway. Once you recover, they'll ship you off somewhere else. The same thing will happen to you. What? Are you planning to live here forever? As soon as you're better, the Star of Life will transfer you to the youth center. What's the youth center? It's where they send all the kids who don't have moms. Freckle crunches down on the fruit candy with visible irritation. I heard over there, they wake you up before dawn for shots and medicine. They won't let you eat or sleep, and there's even this mean old witch who punishes people. Really? I don't care if you believe it or not. Enjoy your time here while you can. The moment you get better, the doctors will definitely send you away. Why not skip your VR rehab today? Nothing wrong with staying hooked up to the respirator and life supports, right? Will Melvy let me stay? Do you think she will? She's not your mom, and you're not her only patient. She's got so many other patients to look after. Remember when her terminal went off earlier? Did she choose you or the other patients? Freckles' words grow more grating with each passing moment. Wansha tightens the strap of the portable respirator behind his head and hops down from the bed barefoot. Where are you going? My mom would never lie to me. She said I'd find her, so I definitely will. Wansha clutches Melvy's access card. This card opens more than just the VR rehabilitation room. If I can't find her in Eden, then I'll look for her on Earth. And I'm not coming back if I can't find her on Earth. I'm not going to go to some youth center. Inside the room, Melvy hands over a paper document to someone in work clothes. This is Wansha's file. He must have been born in Kowloon, because Babylonia has no record of his birth, though he has all other documents. Let me see. This child has been in rehabilitation for so many years. It must have been quite challenging taking care of him. It's not too bad. Melvi deliberately avoids reacting to the phrase so many years. She had falsified the timeline to conceal Wancha's unique circumstances. If she doesn't do this, those who refuse to let go of the project will soon notice something's wrong. By then, the threat to Wancha's life might be far worse than just a toy gun. It was a toy gun? Oh. Even now, Melvi still feels that same fear from when Kugawa Corona pulled out his gun. She is still far too removed from the blood and fire of reality. Wancha! Come here! Ignoring Wancha's stumble, Melvi yanks him behind her. The commotion catches the attention of the nurse station. The scene startles Wancha too. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You didn't do anything wrong. What exactly are you trying to do? The man ignores Melvi's anger and continues questioning Wancha. Wancha, do you remember this? I don't remember. As Melvi covers Wancha's mouth, he waves the gun again. It's just a toy. It's just a toy. Before he can hand it over, Melvi snatches the toy gun away in anger. What do you want him to remember? To remember having a gun pointed at him? He just might end up remembering this, you know. Kogawa Corona's gaze remains fixed on Wancha, studying him intently as if searching for something different about him. Melvi falls silent, as if sensing something. The nurses and doctors who rushed over ask with concerned expressions. Melvi? What's going on? I heard a loud noise earlier. And you are... Everything's fine. Please take Wancha back first. I'll watch over him during my shift tonight. Kugawa Corona remains still, silently watching as the nurses take Wancha away. Everything looks fine. What's all the fuss? I just want to give the child a toy. Turns out I have a soft spot for kids. I already decided to keep him away from everything that has to do with Project Recall, including Wanshu. No, especially Wanshu. I don't know what you're playing at, but you need to stop checking on him from now on since everything's okay. He deserves his own life, free from burdens imposed by people. He will be an ordinary resident of Babylonia and do what he wants to do. If I see you again, I'll sound the alarm immediately. The inspection's complete. His records check out. He will be transferred to the youth center today. Has all the other paperwork been processed? Everything's been taken care of. Alright. Sign in the temporary guardian field. It took us a month's worth of running back and forth to get this done. Babylonia's welfare system is quite a hassle. But you know that's just how it is, right? When it comes to children's rights, you have to be rigorous. Of course. Come to think of it, you weren't particularly close to his mother, so why did she grant you temporary custody of her child? We used to be colleagues. You won't see this in his record due to project sensitivity. Melvi signs the document. Meanwhile, Wancha comes out of the ward, clutching the access card Melvi gave him with sweaty palms, his nervousness evident in his every movement. What Freckles said still echoes in his ears, and he has made up his mind. He won't continue with rehabilitation. He doesn't realize he's already lost his chance to delay rehabilitation. Melvi hasn't told him that his recovery has been successful and has reached the level of a normal child. so he continues his aimless search for a place to go. He wanders the hospital corridors, his presence now a familiar sight to the doctors, who see him as their most obedient patient and tacitly allow his freedom. Yet none of them knows what is running through his mind. Where am I supposed to find Mom? Where am I supposed to find this dream that Aunt Melvie talked about? Even if it's nothing but a fleeting dream, he still wants to chase after it. Because it's the only thing he has. He breaks into a jog, something he only managed to do just last week. The wind gently brushes past Wancha's ears, accompanied by the bustle of voices. He sees many guardians bringing their children here for treatment. He suddenly doesn't want to see these adults anymore, so he keeps running until their voices fade into the distance. Finally, he comes to a stop in a corner he's never been to before. Artificial sunlight streams through the slats of the Venetian blinds. He finds himself drawn closer. He tiptoes to lift the blinds and peers down below. He witnesses the other side of this world. He sees it. On the platform near the spaceport, several people in white coats sprinting with a stretcher, carrying a motionless person on it. Why are you so late? Hurry, hurry, hurry! Hurry up! You in the front! Think we got back late on purpose? There are several more still in the transport aircraft. The stretcher disappears beyond Wancha's view as people carry it away. The agitated construct covers their face, spins in the same spot twice, and looks up aimlessly at the people rushing past. Wancha stares in confusion at their exaggerated movements. When the construct's gaze sweeps in Wancha's direction, he instinctively ducks down and hides by the window. His breathing, muffled by the respirator, becomes unusually pronounced. After a long moment, Wancha finally stands up and, carefully, steals a glance at the window. More people gather on the platform, and there's fluid pooling on the ground. But it's not the kind of blood he's familiar with. Wancha turns to look at the stairway behind him, knowing that the steps to the other side lead to the other side of this world. A minute later, the sound of a child's footsteps echoes faintly through the stairwell. Circulation system is completely down. I'll get the spare connection cables and vital fluid replenishment. Could be some in maintenance room 6. Don't bother. It's over. The two doctors stand in the corridor, looking at the construct that has lost all signs of life. After barely a second of silence, they pick up their maintenance equipment and move on. A massive assault on the ground battlefield today has strained the resources of the construct maintenance department. Many constructs can't even make it to the maintenance rooms, and are forced to receive emergency treatment in the triage hall. Notify her squad mates. Hurry up. Maintenance room 12 is free now. Prep for surgery. And don't forget to wash your hands. She has family in Babylonia. Her squad mates have been notified. As long as they're notified, that's good. Don't space out. Back to work. Just as the doctor finishes changing into a fresh medical gown, they turn around and feel someone bump into their leg. A child wearing a respirator stares at the doctor, whose hands are covered in vital fluid. Where did this child come from? Get him out of here now. A tall construct steps forward and covers Wancha's eyes. Is this child also a family member? We already had another one outside who wouldn't leave us alone. That can't be right. He's wearing a pediatric ward wristband. Another construct, whose head is covered in condensation liquid, approaches and gestures for Shorthalt to hand Wancha over to him. He must have taken a wrong turn. I'll lead him out. You shouldn't have come here. See it. Go ask around the inpatient ward. if anyone's missing a child. I'll keep watch here. I've got several patients on maintenance stations that can't be left unattended. Roger. Amid the chaos, a flustered construct grabs Wansha by both arms and carries him out of the emergency hall like a small animal. Aw, that's kind of a cute image. Please put me down. Wansha recalls seeing something similar on Freckles' terminal, where the people kidnapped would struggle and scream, "Let go!" Following what he remembers, he makes his request in the most polite way possible. At the end of the corridor, another boy demonstrates the proper way of doing that with his shouting. "Let me go! Let me go! Darn it! Get out of my way!" Stan's expression turns grim at the screams outside. After a final glance at the female construct who has lost all vital signs, he carries Wansha in the opposite direction, hoping to avoid the commotion. The boy with blue-purple hair lunges forward and grabs Cian's leg. His action is so desperate that it draws the attention of even the busy doctors. "What did you do to my mother?" Who's his mother? He's a family member of that construct from earlier. Both the husband and wife became constructs. And they sent their child to Babylonia when they enlisted. Don't bother. With injuries that severe, there'd be nothing we could do, even if we used every medical supply in the maintenance room. I'm sorry. People wouldn't have died had I kept watch just a little longer back then. My dad disappeared after coming here last time, and now you want to take my mom too? Get out of my way! The new intern doctor strides over the tangled mess of equipment wires and approaches the boy. He places a hand on the boy's shoulder. A corner of the emergency hall falls silent as everyone watches intently, waiting to hear what comforting words the doctor might offer. Your mother will be fine. She's just severely injured and needs to enter stasis. Stasis? Construct stasis? Yes, our current medical technology can't restore her mobility right away. She needs to stay in stasis for a while before she can be treated. For how long? Well, many years? Probably until you grow up. How old are you? The intern doctor's voice trembles. 7.5. And in 8 years. 8.5 years. Maybe when you're 16, she'll wake up. The anger and sorrow in the boy's eyes begin to fade, replaced by a glimmer of hope, like a tiny flame struggling to stay alive. 8.5 years. I can wait. That's right. You can also do something helpful, like going to medical school to become a construct doctor, and coming back here to find a way to wake her up. Career paths are chosen very early these days. I see so many young interns in here, the star of life. But I'm not one of them. I'm not that young anymore. What are you talking about? Maybe you could go into research, become a scientist. No, that's too dangerous. Some scientists go crazy from all that studying. How about becoming a construct? No, that won't work either. That's even more dangerous. Vital fluid is dripping from the intern's unwashed hands onto the floor. That's enough. Take half a day off and go get some proper rest. The rambling young doctor and the boy both gaze toward an unreachable future, both seemingly convinced it will become true, whether they're the deceiver or the deceived. The other doctors turn away because they cannot bear to watch anymore, focusing instead on saving the constructs under their care. An unsettling serenity permeates the entire construct maintenance department. But a child's voice shatters the moment. No, she's dead. She's dead. Everyone's been lying to you. The spark of hope in the boy's eyes flickers out, leaving behind nothing but a cold stillness. Wansha has no memory of how he made it back to the pediatrics ward. His memories are a blur. He vaguely recalls breaking free amidst crying children and panicking adults, only to run straight into Melvi, who had been searching for him. Melvi scoops him out of the crowd and pulls him away just in time to avoid an incoming medical cart rushing past. What happened after? Melvi, trembling with fury, drags him back to the pediatrics ward. Why did you sneak out like that? I trusted you completely, and you used my keycard. Melvi stops mid-sentence, pressing her hand against her forehead in frustration. No, this is my fault. I should never have given you my keycard. I'm sorry. Wansha knows he probably said something wrong again, but he doesn't understand why. That doctor not only lied to him, but also wanted him to become a doctor in the future. He lies, and Aunt Melvi teaches me to lie too. But isn't lying and deceiving wrong? From the window of this empty room, the Star of Life Emergency Center is visible. Melvi glances outside, seeing only the sea of flashing emergency lights. The day has ended, and even the artificial sunlight has gone to rest. Yet transport aircraft continue bringing back wounded soldiers. How am I supposed to explain this to you at a time like this? Melvi turns away from the window and crouches down to Wansha's level. She places her hands on his shoulders that are still too frail to bear any weight. Lying may be wrong, but not everything is black and white. Sometimes, even lies can save lives. None of these makes any sense to you now, of course. You're so young, and how long have you really been in this world? But I hope you'll never have to face these choices yourself. That you won't have to learn to understand my words the hard way. Melvi brushes Wansha's curls away from his forehead and gazes into his bright golden eyes. Aunt Melvi? Next week, we'll be going to the youth center. It's a new place where you'll meet many new friends. There will be plenty of caretakers looking after you. Aunt Melvi, I know I messed up. What's that? I'm sorry. Please don't send me away. Can I please stay with you? Melvi pulls Wansha into a tight embrace. We've put too much burden on you. It's not good for you. I'll make this right by keeping you away from all this, so you can live life the way you were meant to have. The normal life you deserve. Life at Babylonia's youth center will be good, so you don't need to worry. Wansha rests his head on Melvi's shoulder, tears falling silently. He knows he has made a terrible mistake. One so grave that it has cost him his chance to stay with Melvi. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This day burns itself into Wansha's memory. He cries for what feels like forever, until exhaustion finally pulls him into sleep. What happened after? He has no say in the matter. A week later, they take him to the youth center. Oh. Oh, jeez. Man, I started tearing up a little bit when I was doing the crying Wansha bits. I was acting. I was acting. Look at me, I'm an actor. Fledgling. He was like a fledgling who had accidentally flown into human society. Curious and careful, yet seriously absorbing all the new vocabulary. As the volunteer gently urges Wansha forward for self-introductions, his eyes immediately catch sight of the blue-purple hair among the crowd. Evidently, he noticed Wansha too. More obvious still is how clearly unwelcome Wansha appears to be. During Wansha's first group activity session and communal lunch, the boy with blue-purple hair speaks his first words to Wansha since their second meeting. Get lost and go back to where you belong. Baby Wansha's so cute. Look at his little pajamas. Having nowhere else to go, Wansha ignores the boy's comment and scoops up food from his plate. In an instant, the boy reaches out and snatches away Wansha's spoon as well. Halo! A volunteer nearby notices the commotion at the table and approaches, calling out the boy's name. They retrieve the spoon and place it back in Wansha's palm. If it weren't for you, my mom would have woken up by now. Woken up? Wansha recalls the doctor's lie to Palo, but this time he decides to keep the truth to himself. Halo, you've broken the rules twice today. If it happens again, there will be consequences. But he was the one who started it! What could Wansha have possibly done to you? He's only been here for a day. Not here, but at the hospital. The doctor said that Mom just needed to rest, but he kept insisting. He just had to say that. The volunteer seems to understand what Palo wants to say, and leads him away. For the rest of the day, Wansha doesn't see Palo again. Wansha and the other children his age are encouragingly ushered into a room filled with toys. The floor is soft, and there are many things he has only ever seen through Freckles' terminal, but never in person. As Wansha sits beside the safety slide, watching the other children line up for their turn, he can't help but think these activities pale in comparison to being Melvy's little assistant. Even as the artificial sky outside grows completely dark, Wansha never once climbs up the slide. On this quiet night, Wansha silently slips under the covers. As the first child taken in by the youth center after Palo, Wansha happens to be assigned to the same dormitory as him. The room assignment doesn't bother him, as he becomes completely absorbed in examining everything in the dormitory. Everything except the nightlight on the desk captures his curiosity. Palo finally returns, completely ignoring Wansha on the upper bunk as he goes straight to sleep. A faint creak of the door wakes Palo. Against the glow of the nightlight, a silhouette stands by the doorway. Huh? Palo snaps awake and shouts at Wansha in a whisper. What are you doing? I don't want to sleep. I want to go outside. Are you crazy? Haven't I told you that you can't leave after the lights are out? No. Fine. Do whatever you want. Just don't drag me into it when you get caught, you pest. What did the volunteer lady talk to you about? Did she give you a piece of her mind? No, she just told me I could refuse to share a room with you. The youth center has empty dormitories. We could each have our own room. And you didn't say yes to that? She also said I'm older than you. That you still have nightmares and never slept alone back at the hospital. And that you're really timid. I'm not timid. Mancha lets out a yawn. Why aren't you sleeping? You're yawning. Because I have nightmares when I sleep. Oh, so what they said is true. Pillow flops back onto his pillow, still as grumpy as ever. I have nothing to say to you. Just go back to sleep. Today's a rest day. Probably been playing with them all day, right? Things aren't gonna be easy starting tomorrow. What's happening tomorrow? A lot of things. Mancha shudders. Getting shots and medicine before dawn. Not being allowed to eat or sleep. And there's even a mean old witch who punishes people. Huh? What are you talking about? It's just classes and activities at the basic education center. They simply group children of similar ages from the youth center together for lessons. You're the youngest in our group, and I'm the oldest. Once you reach 13 or 14 here, you can start thinking about your career path. I'm a bit older, but I'm still grouped with all of you. I'll probably have to leave this place when I turn 16. What are you going to do after you leave? None of your business. What's a basic education center? Is it just a place for classes? What's a basic education? Whoa! You sure are full of questions, huh? Like a fledgling that has accidentally flown into human society, Mancha remains curious, yet cautious, carefully absorbing every new word encountered. Well... Are you always this slow? Don't you find it annoying? Pillow's voice keeps rising. During their brief exchange, Mancha gets pelted with various labels, none of which he feels are particularly flattering. The doctors never said that about me. I'm not stupid, I'm not a pest, I'm not slow, and I won't get lost. It's wrong of you to talk about me like that. Go away! I'm trying to go sleep. This is your last warning. Why do you always want to talk to me like this? Mancha's expression tightens as well. Doctors, that's all you ever talk about. Weren't you also dumped here by doctors? Did any of them ever adopt you, even when you loved them all this much? How are you any different from me? Everyone abandoned you. They sent you away, tossed you aside like garbage. Before Pillow can finish his insults, he's violently interrupted. Mancha slams into him, ramming straight into his chin and sending him reeling backward, nearly causing him to crack his head. Pillow freezes for 3 seconds, just 3 seconds, before leaping from his bed as if mortally offended, retaliating without a moment's hesitation. The two end up in a scuffle. Fortunately, the rapid footsteps of the staff on duty soon echo through the hall, bringing this little drama to an end within a minute. On only his second day at the youth center, Mancha receives punishment. Today was supposed to be their batch's enrollment ceremony. According to the other children, The boarding students like them would attend the same classes as the commuting students from outside, learning the same subjects. According to Palo, the difference is simple. Commuting students have parents, and boarding students are orphans. Moncha hasn't met any of the commuting students from outside yet, so he's quite curious about them. If you hadn't bumped into me, we could have attended the enrollment ceremony. It's already noon. Why aren't they back yet? Noisy chatter echoes from the other end of the corridor as the new students finally return from their entrance ceremony. Following their teacher's guidance, the students file into classrooms on both sides of the corridor. The group of new students gradually thins out, until only the boarding students from the same batch remain at the corridor's end. As the children pass by Palo and Wanshi, they stare curiously at the two hanging their heads in shame. Some who understand what the pair did wrong begin to snicker. Looks like the new kid has gone bad with Palo. What do you mean by gone bad with Palo? I'm not bad. Yeah, right. Why else would the dorm supervisor punish you? Natalie makes a face. Alright, quiet down, everyone. Seeing Palo infuriated, the volunteer gives him a warning as well. Palo, stop causing trouble. I wasn't the one who started it! Weren't you the one who started insulting others? That's enough stubbornness for now. It's almost lunchtime anyway. Goodness, neither of you got hurt. Don't let this happen again, Palo. Go on inside. The youth center volunteer exchanges a few words with the supervising teacher before waving to Palo. Wancha tries to follow Palo to the classroom, but a volunteer gently holds him back. Wancha, come with me. Wancha sits in the chair, wringing his hands. As Melvy's distinctive footsteps approach from behind, Wancha turns around to greet her, barely containing his excitement. Though they've only been apart for a short while, he already misses her deeply. But the moment he sees Melvy's face, Wancha freezes. I heard you got into a fight? And you started it? Melvy questions Wancha with a stern expression. She's clearly rushed here from the Star of Light, still in her work uniform. Wancha apologizes instinctively. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad at me. Was there a fight? Are you hurt? He's fine. We checked and they both are okay. Neither of them went all out. Before Wancha can say a word, Melvy pulls him up from his chair, lifts his arms and legs for inspection, and begins examining him thoroughly. Do you have your portable respirator with you? If you're having trouble breathing, put it on right away. Your hair is getting a bit long. Should have given you a trim back at the department. Instead of scolding, Melvy frantically checks on Wancha and takes out a sky blue lunchbox. When she's done checking him and sees that he's unharmed, she sets the lunchbox on the table with a hint of anger. Fresh out of the Star of Light and already picking fights? Quite the troublemaker, aren't you? Well, never mind. Let's get some food in you first. Merv? Merv opens the lunchbox to reveal a pitch-black mass of chaos that emanates a terrifying smell. It might not look like much, but it should taste good. I cook like this at home sometimes, too, so don't worry about it. Wancha sits at the table and takes a few bites before hanging his head low. I'm full. Full already? You've only been here a day, and you're eating even less than during your rehabilitation. Wancha? Wancha's tears crash onto the dining table. The food that bad? No. Bill started it. He said none of you wanted me anymore. That you all wanted to throw me away. Mom insisted on sending me to eat it. I did everything she said. I ate my meals properly. I slept quietly. But you all threw me away anyway. That's not true. No one wanted to throw you away. You just couldn't stay at the hospital anymore. You need more people looking after you. Volunteers, caring individuals, teachers. This is the best place for you. Besides, only with proper education can you qualify to be an ordinary citizen of Babylonia. You're the smartest child I've ever met. Even if you're a bit younger than the others, you'll excel in your studies. Babylonia is where you'll have a future. There's still a way. You could adopt me. If you adopt me, I can be a commuting student. I'll study hard. I promise. I'm not qualified to adopt. I shouldn't even be visiting you. I know it doesn't make sense to you, but this is the only thing I can do. Melvi is a busy person. Her visit today seems to be merely to check if Wanshi is hurt, and she's quickly called back to the Star of Life by an incoming call. Having failed to secure adoption, Wanshi trudges back with his lunchbox, shoulders slumped. No sooner does he sit at the boarding student's table, and he notices Palo glaring at him once again. Having been caught staring, Palo quickly looks away and lets out a contemptuous snort. What is it this time? Palo takes a spoonful of soup, acting as if Wansha hadn't spoken at all. Wansha opens the lunchbox and takes a moment to brace himself. Despite being a brilliant doctor, she's a terrible cook. But he decides to eat it anyway. Whatever Melvi gives him, he treasures deeply. Just as he steels himself to dig up an unidentified object, Palo finally breaks their silence. Well, what? Didn't think you'd have someone watching your back? What? You don't get it! Look, she wants to adopt you, right? The light in Wansha's eyes dims. No, she's my doctor. She's the one who brought me here. But she still comes to see you. That's what having someone watching your back means. Besides, she's a doctor. That's the best profession there is. When I grow up, I want to be a doctor too, so I can save my mom. Wansha knows which topics to avoid around Palo now, quietly wolfing down the meal Melvi prepared, barely even chewing. But the envy in Palo's eyes is impossible to miss. Remembering how Palo broke down at crying. Ooh boy. Ugh. Having some hiccups tonight. Remembering how Palo broke down crying at the emergency center that day, Wansha swallows a mouthful, steels himself, and pushes his lunchbox forward. What? Want some? I don't want any. What makes you think I want that stuff? It's okay. You can have some. Everyone, this way! Our next stop is the Earth Hall. Remember what your teacher told you before you left? Stay quiet now, and reach out with care to touch our home. The children line up and file through the door, barely containing their excitement. In the center of the hall, a projection of the blue planet slowly rotates, revealing her beauty and serenity to a new generation that has never set foot on Earth. Go ahead. You can reach out and touch it. At their teacher's encouragement, The children gently touch the Earth's surface, creating ripples of aqua blue light. After a brief silence, white seagulls suddenly emerge from the surrounding darkness. The ground beneath transforms into coastal sand, and a hermit crab crawls past the children's feet, carrying its shell. Wow! Babylonia recreates many of Earth's original ecosystems. The sunlight, the vegetation, every breeze, everything you see here originated from Earth. Humanity shares an unbreakable bond with Earth. One day, we're all going to return to our homeland. The children reach out to touch Earth, their eyes filled with wonder at the beautiful yet unfamiliar sights. Alright, you have 30 minutes to explore this place. Make sure to assemble back here on time. We still have many other halls to visit. You haven't mentioned the most important part. Huh? The Punishing destroyed everything. In mere decades, it left Earth in ruins. A middle-aged volunteer from the youth center waves his hand, manipulating the virtual Earth. As it completes its rotation, a dark crimson spreads across its blue surface. The lights of civilization fade away as black smoke rises from the craters. Wait, don't tell them these things! The volunteer gives Mecha a brief glance before continuing anyway. Your peaceful life here in Babylonia, your education, your very future. All of this exists because people have sacrificed themselves for you. They faced the enemies on the front line without fear, fighting with mortal flesh to reclaim Earth's soil inch by inch. You're different from your classmates. Most of your parents sacrificed their lives on the front lines. Their comrades in Babylonia entrusted you to us, allowing you to grow up under public care. You must always remember why your parents gave their lives. Never stop asking them yourself. Will you follow in their footsteps and continue their noble cause, or spend your life as mediocre beings in Babylonia's greenhouse? The children stare at the volunteer, completely lost. That's enough. They can barely understand what it means to lose their parents. Why are you forcing their predecessors' fate upon them? I'm going to report today's incident to the youth center. If you can't take responsibilities for their future, then stop giving them such irresponsible guidance. Once again, the children turn to Mecha with bewildered looks. Alright, everyone. Let's head to the next exhibition hall. The next one houses the Gestalt. Mecha cuts the free period short, herding the children at the front toward the exit, instead of letting them explore the Earth Pavilion as planned. At the back of the line, Wansha whispers to Palo. My mom didn't sacrifice herself. Yeah, you're right about everything. My mom's in stasis too. Let's not talk about that. What does mediocre mean? Ordinary? So, Aunt Melvie wants me to be mediocre. Useless? Well, I don't want to be mediocre. I couldn't care less. After returning from the exhibition hall, the children from the youth center gather for dinner as usual. The volunteer who gave the emotional speech at the exhibition is nowhere to be seen. Wansha chews slowly as he recalls the sights from earlier today. Birds, soil, the beach. Everything seems so real, if not for the exhibition hall's hard floor beneath his feet. He knows that both the day and night outside are merely simulations of Earth's ecosystem, with weather limited to either sunny or cloudy. He's experienced so much more on Earth. An adult and a child sit atop a hill, sheltered from the wind and rain by a massive oak tree. The rain subsides, with leftover droplets trickling down from the leaves. Only when the sky completely clears does the woman turn to the boy sitting beside her, giving him a slight nod. The rain stopped. You can go and play now, Lancia. I wanna play in the wheat field. No, you can't. The wheat awns are gonna prick your hand. Lancia looks at one of his fingers, where a small cut remains. A reminder of when he secretly snuck into the wheat field to touch the wheat heads. What about the beach? It should be safe now since the tide is out. It's dangerous. That sea has always been and will always be dangerous. Mom, do I have to stay under the tree today too? Never mind. Go play by the sea. All right. Having gotten permission, the excited child dashes out from beneath the sheltering tree. He runs across the damp, soft earth, carefully avoiding blooming wildflowers as he makes his way down the slope toward the beach. He lived beneath a tree with a silent woman he called Mother. When the rain cleared, Mother would speak to him, teaching him how to read and telling him about the various creatures of Earth. Mother doesn't like the sunlight on clear days, but he does. The sun warms the sand just right, making it pleasant to walk along the beach. A stone rolls out of nowhere and trips him, causing him to fall hard onto the grass and scrape his knee. What the? Who are you? A child in white lies hidden among the grass, scrutinizing the fallen Lancia with intense curiosity. You look just like her, so you're her real child. Who are you? Why are you crouching here in the grass? I've been hiding in the grass. I didn't want you to see me, so you would know what I'm up to. Have you been in my and Mom's world all this time? The child hiding in the grass grows visibly upset at these words. This is my world. You're the one who's connected to here from the outside, yet I'm the one who has to hide from you. Lancia. His mother's voice echoes from nearby. Lancia gets to his feet and sees her searching for him. Don't tell her you saw me. The child shoves Lancia, sending him tumbling down the slope. For the first time, Lancia sees everything from a tumbling perspective. The sky spins above him. The flower petals reveal their varied hues, and the grass blades show their tiny serrated edges. Rather than feeling angry about being pushed, he focuses on committing everything before him to memory. You're being silly again. Haven't you been spacing out for too long? Lancia stops chewing and puts down his spoon, and exchanges an uncomfortable stare with Pillow. If you start trouble again, I swear I'm gonna... That's not what the surface is really like. Their conversation catches the attention of the other children, who, too, are refusing to eat their meals properly. The surface isn't just beaches and seagulls. There are so many beautiful things down there. How do you know all this? Don't tell me you've been to the surface. I saw it from... I've never been there. I just saw it on some grown-up's terminal. Halfway through his sentence, Lancia remembers Melvy's stern warning and cuts himself off. Stifled giggles ripple across the dining table. I know. There's the punishing down on Earth. A boy with a quiet voice slowly raises his hand. My parents died in battle. Their sacrifice earned me permission to come to Babylonia. Haven't you seen the machines growing red? Haven't you seen people's limbs blown off? Muncher recalls his own nightmares, which also feature machines glowing with that same red light. The boy turns his clouded eyes toward Wansha. Wansha, is the surface world you see in the terminal really as wonderful as you think? Mustering his courage, Wansha stands up from his chair. As his feet press against the padded floor, he tries to imagine the feeling of real soil beneath. Yes, there must be many good things left on Earth besides the punishing. The child begins to speak, stumbling over his words. He begins with the seascape he had glimpsed today. Beyond the shells, fish swim in the briny waters. The sand isn't all soft and fine as one might think. Some mudflats are too dangerous to walk on barefoot. They tell us about eternally golden wheat fields and warn us never to touch their sharp awns. They speak of towering trees with thick canopies, of deep beds of fallen leaves. Beneath these trees grow not just the same vegetables as in our greenhouses, but also morning dew, wildflowers, wild grass, and ladybugs with 7 spots on their backs. And there's rain, and when the rain stops, birds fly through the trees, not seagulls. These birds have gray-tipped wings and beautiful patterns on their bodies. Do they shed their feathers? Yes, I heard that feathers feel soft and light to the touch. More and more children turn to Wansha to listen to him describe landscapes they have never truly experienced. Do feathers have a smell? Why haven't anyone pressed their face against them to find out? No, of course not. The children burst into laughter. Artificial sunlight streams in from outside the youth center, illuminating a frail child at the dining table as they eagerly discuss the sky, the earth, and what real sunlight and moonlight must be like. Are we ever going to see what Earth is like with our own eyes? I think my mom and dad are down there. Of course, I'm definitely going down there. I'm gonna need to find... Remembering Melvy's words of caution, Wansha holds his tongue. He gazes at the artificial sky beyond the youth center, wondering once again if his mother, whom Melvy sees as a terrible threat, is still waiting for him somewhere on Earth. It's already been 2.5 hours since I started stream. It's kind of wild. This chapter looks like it's going to be a long one. Okay. Dreamer. Rosetta! After a moment of contemplation, all the memory data streams gravitate toward the beacon. So there's only a hidden achievement from this one. What's Rosetta doing here? Several months pass as Wansha settles into a routine life. On this day, after classes and activities end, Wansha heads back to the dormitory alone instead of walking with the others. Earlier in the dormitory hallway, he spotted several constructs standing awkwardly behind a volunteer, interacting with children under the volunteer's guidance. The youth center has recently started accepting commissions, occasionally bringing constructs here to carry out assigned tasks. Wancha recalls the constructs at the emergency center and the fluids. He has learned that it's vital fluid. It's just like human blood, and losing too much of it means death for a construct. He opens the dorm room door and notices the items on his desk aren't where he left them. Hello? No one. Did they come back here? He closes the door and hesitantly sits at the desk, except all the lights in the dormitory go out as soon as he sits down. He hears rapid footsteps approaching from outside the door, while rustling sounds echo from all corners of the dormitory. He snatches the nightlight from the desk. Happy birthday! A group of children jump out from the corner as party poppers explode above Wancha's head. Glittering confetti bursts into the air, gently floating down to sprinkle across Wancha's hair. Birthday? The dormitory door slides open as the screen on the desk lights up and starts to play a message from Gestalt. Today is November 5th, your birthday. Gestalt remembers this important day with you. Based on a comprehensive analysis of your reading preferences, I have prepared a gift for you. Now sending 100,000 questions and answers. Complete guide to basic education. Plant biology. Unit review. Academic excellence series. Professional certification exam preview. The protagonist, who knows nothing of his own birthday, stands silently with a nightlight in his hand, gazing at the crowd before him. There in the wide-open doorway stands Melody, who hasn't been seen in ages, holding a cake with Wancha's name written in chocolate at its center. Happy birthday, Wancha. I probably never mentioned your birthday before. Sorry. From now on, we'll all remember it together. Don't worry, I have a great memory. The mischievous girl from that day steps forward, setting off another party popper above Wancha's head as she giggles along with the other children. Here's your gift. My teacher once said that the livelier your birthday celebration is, the luckier you'll be in the coming year. The other children join in with cheerful voices, presenting their gifts to Wancha. Though the handmade presents rest lightly in his arms, they carry a weight that touches his heart. Halo steps out from beside Melody and awkwardly shoves an item into Wancha's palm. Here's your birthday gift. It's not from me specifically. The teachers had everyone prepare it together, using the things you talked about. The things I said? Wancha carefully examines the gift in his hands. It's a dream catcher. Sky blue ribbons are woven around its hoop, with sparkling stones hanging below. And beneath those, a few feathers. The tips of the feathers are gray, just like the ones from the birds in Wancha's memories. As the dream catcher sways gently, its feathers brush against his wrist with a ticklish touch. The constructs that can go to the surface help collect these. If you want to say thanks, make sure to include them too. Wancha notices the construct standing behind the crowd. Thanks. Shall we blow out the candles and make a wish now? I brought you a bento box too. It's a big one. And after you're done with the cake, you can share it with your friends. We can talk about the lunchbox later. Let's make him finish his wishes first. Wancha? Wancha clenches his hand, keeping his expression mostly neutral. Am I dreaming? What do you mean, dreaming? Everyone's waiting for you. Did you think you were sleepwalking or something? You're not dreaming. This life belongs to you, and it's all real. As long as it's all real. That's nice. Amidst the chorus of blessings, Wansha closes his eyes. What should I wish for? This is his first birthday ritual, and his first time making a wish. If wishes really could come true, he'd want to know why his mother sent him to Eden, and what she's doing down on the surface. He wishes to never have nightmares again, to prune away those tangled, chaotic memories from his mind, just as Melody suggested. He wishes that people would stay by his side forever. He may be young, but his dreams are endless. The world falls into darkness, only the faint glow of birthday candles flickering dimly ahead. The candlelight illuminates fragments of memory data. He recalls his mother's promise when she brought him to Eden, the moment he first opened his eyes at the Star of Light. And in the depths of darkness where he never dared to dream, a beacon shines. A sudden pain shoots through his head as a message transmits itself through the power of the wish. The beacon transforms from blurry candlelight into crystal clarity, taking only 20 seconds for the vital fluid to course through his entire body. After a moment of contemplation, all the memory data streams gravitate toward the beacon. Wansha? The construct's eyes remain closed as you just detect sealed memory data deep within his mind. Something's wrong. A deep mind connection would be best, but that's not possible right now. The mind beacon strives to calm the rippling waves of consciousness, attempting to probe deeper into its depth. Without warning, the chaotic memory data reveals its massive volume and launches a counterattack against the human mind beacon. Damn it! Watch out! Someone pulls you from behind, just in time. In that moment of clarity, they sever the mental connection. Wansha's eyes snap open as well, and together you turn to face the figure that has appeared. A construct. Rosetta? I didn't expect our next meeting to come so soon. What's going on? Your name isn't on the temporary squad's roster. I wasn't part of the temporary squad. Right? I joined them of my own accord. Conservation areas 189 and 190 provide energy for New Sophiasburg. I've been staying in the vicinity lately. The mission to explore this abandoned research facility isn't high level at all, but I remembered the experiments from the Arctic Union roots, so I just... Rosetta shows signs of fatigue. You must have come because you received my message, so you should know what's happening. Everyone on the team except me has lost contact. I need to find them before we can leave. I understand. But you guys don't look so good either. What's happening out there? Probably similar to what you've encountered. One just stands up and adds a clarification. It's not safe outside. The red tide is spreading rapidly and will engulf this research facility and the two nearby conservation areas. We're running out of time for rescue and search operations. We've lost contact with our other two squad members, and as you can see, Commandant and I were dragged down here too. Dragged down? Did you notice that Corrupted's only half corrupted? Rosetta shakes her head. How did you get down here? Bad luck. I accidentally fell down here. Rosetta closes her eyes wearily. This temporary mission has been pretty straightforward. All the documents are in plain sight. Oliver, this device is still operational. See if you can create a backup of the data. Right on it, but I found a terminal. You want to take a look at this first? Terminal? The terminal in Oliver's hands is nearly destroyed, but it's still recognizable as a Babylonian military tactical terminal. Looks like constructs from Babylonia have been here. It could be rogue contacts. The scans show no one's inside the building, but we should still proceed with caution. The terminal suddenly crackles to life, its screen lighting up as a stream of corrupted data flows across it. Meanwhile, the same sound echoes from behind a piece of abandoned equipment nearby. Acting on instinct, Rosetta stops Oliver from investigating. Stay here and back up the data. I'll go check it out. Soon after, Rosetta spots numerous terminals in a dim corner, stacked deliberately into what resembles a small mountain. We need to report this immediately. This must be a stronghold for deserter constructs. Strange. All the terminals have similar marks like they've been slashed. By a scythe? Rosetta frowns as she picks up 2 terminals for inspections. The deep slash marks are clearly what rendered them inoperable. What kind of weapon could have done this? Oliver, do these marks look familiar to you? Ah! Oliver! Hearing the shout, Rosetta rushes back, only to find Oliver gone from wherever he was standing just moments ago. She tries to contact team members scattered across different areas, but each attempt is met with nothing but an endless silence. Without lingering, she swiftly reports the incident to Babylonia. Emergency! We've lost contact with all team members. She misses her footing and falls into a hole hidden beneath piles of scrap paper. I thought your frame could fly. But it's already a blessing that you're safe. Maybe. I did a quick survey of the area. There's a pile of construct remains over there. Someone deliberately gathered their terminals there. I found this. Rosetta pulls out another heavily worn terminal. This one is still transmitting signals at regular intervals. Wansha takes the terminal and fiddles with it for a moment, causing it to emit its familiar red glow once again. Was it Short Halt? Short Halt? The one that went missing from the Scarab Squad is here too? Yes, but this time he left behind a lot of information. It's rather unlike his usual style. The terminal contains numerous voice messages. Wansha's finger hovers above them for a moment before finally tapping the screen. After an unsettling stretch of static, a somewhat familiar voice finally comes through. There's an egg here. Egg. Upon hearing that familiar term after so long, you grow alert, and Wansha furrows his brow. His voice sounds different from Short Halt's usual tone. I'm not sure if this is another one of the research facility's twisted projects. The fact that they're experimenting on children tells you everything you need to know about this place. Child experiments. Just as I suspected. The egg is hatched into a creature that now roams these halls. If anyone finds this place, exercise extreme caution. I need to avoid that creature and get the test subjects. And get those children out of the cultivation area. Hard to say if we'll make it. I haven't run into that thing face to face yet. There are dead researchers and security personnel everywhere. All its handiwork. That's all for now. The voice message cuts off, leaving the three in contemplative silence. Our missing teammates have been attacked by this creature he mentioned. I've seen strange battle marks up there. Not necessarily. Something's off about all the information. For one thing, neither the Commandant nor I have directly encountered this supposed enemy. Second, while it could be due to signal distortion or a damaged voice module, this voice definitely sounds different from Short Halt's usual one. Which means that it's totally justified if I don't remember what voice I was doing for Short Halt before, and it sounds different. And then there's what he mentioned about the researchers and security personnel. The research facility's destruction by punishing happened many years ago. At the time Short Halt arrived, no living humans remained. Only the Ascendant and constructs temporarily following them. No one would set such a lame trap. I don't understand why Short Halt would say that. Perhaps there are areas we haven't investigated yet. There really are undiscovered children out there. And in addition to finding our missing team members, we must add this to our mission objectives as well. I'm familiar with the routes in this area now. The next phase of our operation should go more smoothly. If you encounter the monster, eliminate it. Rosetta tightens her grip on her weapon as Wansha nods in silent agreement. You point at the dim corridor ahead. Let's press on and find this cultivation area Short Halt mentioned. We don't have much time left. The red tide will be here soon. But not everything is beyond saving just yet. There's still hope. Ah!
Perhaps you've noticed that the punishing virus concentration is higher in the hall than above. Let's move through.
There are also hetero creatures here? Never seen that form before.
What's this? These branches, sprouting out of nowhere, appear to be entirely formed from punishing. But why are they blue? I don't think I've ever seen blue punishing virus.
Watch out. They're all hiding in the shadows.
I got jump scared. How dare they!
My mind isn't fully stabilized yet.
These monsters are poisonous. Hang in there, Wansha. I'll be right there. It's okay, buddy. You're gonna be okay.
I feel much better now. Don't worry.
What's this? Is that something from Wansha's kit that I just never noticed?
There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Seeing the bigness is my choice.
I'm gonna glaciate their asses.
That wasn't so bad. Let's keep looking for more leads.
Stay alert. That door at the end of the hall looks suspicious. We should go check it out first. I just detected a large space behind it.
Sure, let's go.
Not yet. Because I want to investigate everything. Lost page 2. The next day, before sunrise, the mother came into the children's room to wake them. Get up, you lazy bones! Today we're going to the city for supplies. On the way to the city, Eamon kept stopping to look back. After a few times, the father couldn't help but ask, "What are you looking for?" hurry up and keep walking. Dad, Eamon replied, I'm looking for my kitty. You didn't say goodbye to it. But Eamon wasn't looking for the cat. Instead, he was dropping pebbles from his pocket along the way. When they reached the edge of the city, the father said, Listen, I'm going to look for supplies. You two stay here. I'll light a fire to keep you warm, so you won't get cold. The children sat by the fire, listening to the sound of their parents rummaging, which made them feel safe. In reality, however, the noise was made by a corrupted, dismantling person who happened to pass by. The siblings waited and waited. Finally, they fell asleep. Their parents never returned. When they woke up, Glaya cried with fear. When will we get out of the city? We'll wait for the moon to come out, Eamon comforted her. When the moonlight falls, we'll find our way home. As he spoke, the full moon rose, its light illuminating the pebbles Eamon had scattered along the way. Hand in hand, the siblings followed the moonlit trail and reached home before dawn.
No, can't open it. It requires an access card.
Just blast it open then.
Are you here for a speed run or to look for clues?
Let's go find an access card.
Rosetta wants to do speedrun tactics.
I'll go look around the back.
Then let's split up. I'll check the other side.
And Commandant?
It's safer to stick together. Lost page 4. When they woke up again, they saw Glaya's portrait. Parrot. It stood on a branch, its voice as melodic as music. Instinctively, Eamon and Glaya followed the parrot until they reached a beautiful house. The house was painted with cartoon drawings. There were more children like them playing at the door, and the smell of food came out through the windows. This is great! The siblings ran to the house excitedly. They were invited by the children and had a warm meal. As Glaya was eating a piece of chicken, a gentle voice spoke behind them. Who's stealing lunch from our bright welfare home? An old lady with a cane appeared with a few caretakers. Eamon and Glaya were scared. They nearly dropped the food in their mouths. But the old lady didn't scold them. Instead, she said with a smile, Welcome. From now on, the Bright Welfare Home is your home. Have a good rest in your room. We have warm beds for you. She took the siblings by the hand and led them to a room. Eamon and Glaya lay on the bed and felt like everything was a dream. It's this.
Children's toys.
Dust-covered teddy bear. Its surface is marked by the passage of time, yet traces remain of the care it once received. A neatly tied bow can be found around its neck, and stains of blood have marked its fur. The teddy bear still waits for its owner. Perhaps it knows that it was not abandoned on purpose. Hello again.
See the big picture now? Nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Oh. Found it. I'm beginning to think maybe I should have chosen the split up option, because then I would have gotten to explore more locations.
Your weakness is within the big picture now? bigger picture. I still have another shot. There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Your weakness is fully exposed. Bigger picture now? Your weakness, there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Your weakness, there's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
I still have another shot. Your weakness, seeing the bigger picture now?
The intruders become targets for the hetero creatures, which surge and snap their jaws as they move en masse toward the three outsiders in the abandoned research facility's basement. After unlocking the door with the found keycard, Wansha, Rosetta, and the Raven's Commandant immediately dashed through the gates of the cultivation area. Fortunately, the door is exceptionally sturdy. Even the hetero creatures cannot break through it for now. The three of them have finally had a moment to catch their breath. What is down there? You nearly trip over something underfoot. Looking down, you discover it's a dismembered construct limb. Careful. Something's not right here. You noticed it when Rosetta forced the door open. Behind this door to the cultivation area lies a mountain of broken construct remains. The three of you stand among the remains, stunned by a scene that defies all your expectations. These remains only started piling up here about 2 years ago, when the Ascendants first claimed this place as their stronghold. Though someone has been standing guard here since then, and they've eliminated all the constructs approaching the cultivation area. Rosetta carefully grabs the arm of a discarded construct and drags it out, bravely pointing to a long, horrific gash across its neck. It's not a human that's guarding this place. He's starting to believe that the monster really does exist. It matches the traces I found upstairs. Another modified terminal falls from the pile of remains, rolls to Wansha's feet, and he picks it up. Another clue left by Shortclaw? Yes, these were left by Shortclaw. On the right track. He was leading us to the cultivation area. Wansha's voice suddenly drops. The children he wanted to save are just behind this door. The timing is wrong. Things were left here too recently. For the first time, you see anguish in Wansha's eyes. Wansha presses the button, and the terminal containing the messages boots up, with a harsh static noise still present. There's no way to deal with all the security personnel outside. There are too many of them. I'll hold them off. More of them come after. There's still a chance that the remaining test subjects get these children out of here. So these piled up remains of deserted constructs. These were the enemies Shorthold spoke of. Wansha looks again at the cultivation area. For years of dust swirl in the air. This place, which Shorthold had mentioned had housed child test subjects, now stands completely empty. Shorthold was the one guarding the cultivation area. He finally voiced that most absurd theory. What the Ascendants created. That hatched egg. It must have been him all along. Oh, you get the achievement just from doing the main process of the stage? Cool. I thought it was a hidden thing. I'm gonna have more of my drink first. Okay. popular literature. The truth is, we orphans grow up reading these feel-good stories that society loves so much, only to become the protagonists of the next one. The feathered dream catcher has hung above Launch's bed for many years. Perhaps the dream catcher really did work, shielding Launch from countless nightmares. When he first woke up in the Star of Life's hospital bed, the chaotic tangle of memories in his mind had already been buried deep within. After a peaceful night's rest at the youth center, he wakes up to face the moment of choosing his future career path. Are your exam results out? Did you pass? In the classroom, Natalie pokes Frank in the back. I passed the engineering maintenance class. Halo barely made it, nearly failing it every time before. He finally passed this time, though I heard he barely skipped by. That's more than enough. All he needs now is confirmation from Gestalt and the counselor. Then he can advance his studies at medical school. It'll be fine. Where's Wanship? Frank's expression shifts slightly as he lowers his voice. Wanship passed the medical school examination, but he submitted an application to work on the ground instead. Last month, the Basic Education Center concluded its final career placement exam for the year. Students submitted their confirmed career choices to Gestalt. Soon, everyone will be going their separate ways. Students who pass their respective career aptitude tests can continue with specialized training at the Education Center, while those who don't may continue studying general subjects until the next unified examination. Has he lost his mind? Is he planning to work in the conservation area or undergo a construct modification? Usually only students who consistently fail their exams and can't find any other career path would consider working in the ground conservation area, or even apply to become a construct. There's absolutely no need for him to leave the Education Center. I told him that this morning, but he seems quite determined about it. A youth center supervisor and teachers would never agree to this. Hey, have you two submitted your wish list yet? Halo appears behind the two of them and taps on Natalie's desk. What wish list are you talking about? Weren't you two listening to the supervisor? The philanthropists are organizing one final fundraising event for our coming-of-age gifts. Is there anything in particular you'd like? Compile a list to submit. Halo has become the leader among the boarding students, naturally taking charge of all related activities. Though in the eyes of many teachers and youth center volunteers, he's nothing but a troublemaker. I haven't made up my mind yet. Eesh, why are you so indecisive? Hurry up and think about it. I need an answer before dinner, got it? What about you, Natalie? What do you want? Natalie, who's been staring at Halo, suddenly jolts upright as if snapping out of a trance. I don't really want anything special. Maybe a hair clip? You know, one of those with lots of flowers on it? What do you think? I don't really care. If you want it, I'll try submitting it for you. Halo turns away, busying himself with recording everyone's excited chatter about the gifts. The children who once gathered to hear Wanshit's tales of the true ground have grown into young adults, while Wanshit, once the center of their attention, now dozes off in the back seat. His body begins to grow upward, and his childish features gradually take on more masculine characteristics. Hey! Get up! Halo slams Watch's desk so hard that everything on it rattles. Wancha slowly raises his head, his eyes remaining shut. What? Any coming-of-age gifts you'd like? It's from the philanthropist. No. Wancha drifts back to sleep. Today is when they confirm their final placements with the counselor. Without guardians to accompany them, a team of charitable volunteers will be there to help instead. Once inside, remember to verify both your placement exam results and the polymer compatibility report with the counselor. Please, please don't make any mistakes. Last month, in addition to the educational placement exam, all soon-to-graduate students underwent a Tantalum 193 compatibility test, a requirement for Gestalt class recommendations. Most of them show high compatibility. It's only natural their results deviate from societal averages, given that many of their parents are constructs who went to war. All metrics in Wancha's report indicate high compatibility. A line forms in front of the white doors. Wancha stands at the end, clutching an old personal terminal from Dr. Melvi. He types a few lines, deletes them, and then repeats the process over and over. He ponders how to compose his letter. Dear Melvi. No, that's too stiff. Delete. Dear Auntie Melvi. No, he's never been this close to Melvi. If he sends this, she might worry something's wrong with him. Despite countless lessons on letter writing in class, he still spends ages editing and re-editing his message. Dear Aunt Melvi, I hope I'm not catching you at work. Please excuse me if this message causes any disruption. Today I'm meeting with the career counselor to confirm my future path. I've already applied for surface deployment. I know you've always wanted me to stay in Babylonia, but I still want to see the surface for myself, because... Please don't worry about me. I want to do my part in the surface operations too. Would you be willing to come to the military district on my departure day, as my family, to see me off? If you could spare time from your busy schedule to attend, I would be very happy. I would be very thankful. Thank you. Lastly, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I hope that one day I can repay your kindness. It's been 2 or 3 years since we've properly met. Maybe this is too formal. I should revise it. Wancha's hand accidentally touches a spot on the terminal. And just like that, the overly formal and cautious message is sent. Wancha's heart pounds as he wonders how Melvi will respond to such a request. In the next moment, the terminal beeps again, as a new message comes through. This is Melvi. Below is an automated response. Message received, but I'm unable to read it at the moment. Okay. I'll respond as soon as I finish my current work. For urgent matters, please go to the pediatric triage desk at Star of Life. Wancha cuts off the automated recording playback. Hi, Cole! How are you? Are you having a good day so far? If your placement results differ from your preferences, make sure to discuss it with the counselor. Wancha puts away his terminal and looks up again amidst the adults' concerned murmurs. The line ahead has grown shorter. One by one, those who grew up with him enter through the door, each emerging with a different expression on their face. He leans out of the line, peering through the gap in the white doorway to catch a glimpse of the volunteer counselor seated behind the desk. Last one, Wancha? Here. You still want to... Go ahead, but think it through carefully. You're doing good? That's great! I'm doing pretty well too. I'm a bit tired today though. I didn't sleep very well last night. But aside from that, I'm doing just fine. I'm going through another new chapter in Punishing Grey Raven. Right now, we're looking at some flashbacks from the past of a character named Wancha. The volunteer ushers Wancha through the white door. Wancha surveys the cramped room once more. 1 desk, 2 chairs, no, 3. In a corner, invisible from the outside, sits a man in a white coat. a sight all too familiar to Wansha from his time at Star of Life. The doctor's name tag on his chest reads Chiron. I've seen you before. Hello, I'm the head of the Construct Maintenance Department. Wansha gives a puzzled look at the doctor he recognizes from the emergency center, but Chiron motions for him to sit down first. You'll need to verify something. This is a doctor from the Star of Life. Might need to take a test with them. But first, we need to confirm your personal information and career path preferences. The counselor puts up a privacy screen. Let me see here. You show compatibility with Tantalum 193 copolymer. Your first recorded activity in Babylonia was at the Star of Life. Were you in poor health as a child? Born with deficiencies. Been in pediatrics ever since. Wansha can now smoothly recite the words Melvi taught him. Who took care of you? Dr. Melvi. She's still working in pediatrics. Very well. Let's confirm your career preference. Do you want to become a construct warrior? Become a construct and fight for your family and friends. The counselor smiles. It's from the propaganda. Is that really what you want? Family and friends? I just want to go to the surface. I'm fine with enlisting as a human soldier. You can check my second choice. Or I could stay at the Basic Education Center until I absolutely have to graduate. Then get assigned to work at the conservation area. Either way works. I see. The counselor responds while their finger traces line after line on the privacy screen, as if smoothing out something invisible. What's there to smooth out in such an unremarkable, brief life? Why not carry on your father's legacy? Who? The counselor speaks a name that Wansha has never heard before. G. Wan Ji. People from Kowloon sure have interesting names. Your father was an excellent doctor who saved many lives in Kowloon. His service earned him the right to live in Babylonia. After the punishing outbreak, he chose to sacrifice himself to protect his patients. He was a great man, and humanity will never forget his contribution. As the child of such a hero, have you thought about becoming a doctor like him? Grades are excellent in every subject, and you even passed the medical school's qualification test. You could aim for something higher, and here you are. The counselor searches for the right words. Yes, mediocrity. That's what you've become. Your parents would never want you to turn out like this. Wansha remains silent, still absorbed in the counselor's description of his father. Is this your first time hearing about all this? Don't take it too hard. These situations are quite common, and... The counselor scrolls down the screen, spots another document, and abruptly falls silent. There's nothing else to verify here, so... About your application. Would you like to reconsider it? What? You didn't finish. Was that my mother's file? What's wrong with her file? The counselor quickly closes all the documents, stands up from their seat, and gestures for Chiron, who has been listening nearby for a while, to take his place at the desk. Wansha stands up from his chair as well. Why do all of you make that face whenever she comes up? All of you? Melvi knows, the person in charge of my dossier knows, and you know. She's still on the surface, right? Why hasn't she come to see me even once all these years? Take a seat. There's still a test that you need to do carefully. Chiron slides a medical school aptitude test in front of Wansha. Gestalt analyzes various factors: family background, physical condition, academic performance, aptitude tests, and personal preferences to calculate suitable career recommendations for each student. Our volunteer counselor then makes the final assessment through communication. All this is done to ensure you have the fairest chance possible at making your choice. Well, personal preference is the decisive factor in the process, people can sometimes make impulsive choices. That's why we established the Guardian application channel, offering for a chance for reconsideration. Wansha, while children like you don't have guardians, carefully consider all applications submitted on your behalf by the center. That's how you got this opportunity today. You're still young. Everyone thinks your choice would be such a waste. We don't want you to spend the rest of your life regretting a decision made in a moment of defiance. Wansha takes a brief look and pushes the question back. Many years ago, his mother simply told him a story about Eden, and then asked if he would like to visit Eden. So everything in Babylonia feels like a waking dream, even though Melvi keeps insisting that Babylonia is reality, and his memories of his mother are mere delusions. Today is the day he decides to break free from his cage. No, I have no intention of staying in Babylonia. Why are you so intent on going to the surface? Wansha eyes Chiron warily. He's reminded of a tense confrontation in his childhood between Melvi and another doctor. Are you testing me? Do I have something my mother left behind? I don't remember anything about my mother, or any particular moments with her. No matter how much you probe, I don't know anything. And this opportunity must have been arranged by Melvi through the youth center in medical school, right? You're cautious, but things aren't what you imagined. I hear you and Melvi don't really keep in touch anymore. Wansha recalls Melvi's words from when she was adamant about sending him away. We've put too much burden on your shoulders. It's not good for you. The further you stay away from us, the better. I haven't seen Melvi in a long time. Of course, I don't need her meddling in my affairs anyway. I'm sticking to my original choice. That's fine. It's your decision. We can only advise, not interfere. Wansha, with such excellent grades, do you really have to go to the surface? The career counselor and some strange person wanted me to stay in Babylonia, but I refused. Why would you refuse such an opportunity? If you're thinking of going to the surface just to see the beautiful things, you'll regret it. You've never seen what the punishing can do, and... But these things should get better, right? What about you guys? Are Natalie and Palo going to medical school together? No one can talk you out of this. Forget it. I passed the medical school exam, and both the counselor and Gestalt support my decision. Everything's set. After a few years of hard work in the medical school, I can intern at related institutions. And of course, my ultimate goal is still the Star of Life. Your real target isn't the Star of Life, it's Palo. La la la, I can't hear you, I can't hear you! Nobody asked you! As Natalie starts a one-sided quarrel with Frank, Wansha, satisfied with successfully changing the subject, casually takes a few more bites of food. Stop hitting me! I just confirmed my application for engineering maintenance. I don't know which institute I'll be assigned to yet, but the results come out today. Well, I guess we all got what we wanted. But I heard that some people who barely passed their specialization exams had their applications rejected and were sent to work on the ground instead. No wonder I saw someone come out crying. This is the first I've heard of something like this. Yeah, at first I thought I'd heard wrong. Thought they were trying to apply despite not meeting the requirements. But even if they barely passed, they still met the standards, right? What reason could there be for rejection? Did this happen to the community students too? Or is it just our applications that are having issues? Just our applications. People are already speculating about other factors behind the rejections. Something about their parents' occupations? How absurd. As if that's the reason. Wansha and I don't even know what our parents did for a living. Where's Palo? Huh? I didn't see him come for lunch. Oh, hi, Anbu Super. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for coming to my stream. Upon hearing Natalie's words, Wansha picks up his tray and leaves in a hurry. Wansha finds Palo in his dorm room. Palo. Palo sits at the desk and shuts off the screen the moment Wansha opens the door. You're debating hard if you should triple S Wansha tomorrow or not. If you want to, you could. I mean, assuming that you can. If you can afford it. Have you confirmed your application with the counselor? Confirmed. You could wait 2 months and get it? Yeah, you could do that. Gestalt rejected my medical school application, so I'm heading to the surface next. Simple as that. You can wait for the next exam. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. Since shop reset is soon, more like 1 month, technically. Well, whatever you decide, good luck. You have 1k paint cage skulls, and next month, when you can spend like 300 RC again. You can get 500 skulls from spending? Oh, I didn't know that. There won't be another chance to take the exam. You know I'm older than you. This is my last opportunity. Guess I won't need to work in the conservation area after all. Might as well just get converted into a construct. Who knows? Maybe consciousness transfer would help me learn faster. But didn't your scores exceed the medical school's requirements? Why would they reject you? I've never heard of... How would I know? Palo's voice rises sharply. That jerk started going on about my parents the moment I walked in, and had the nerve to say I inherited their physical traits, making me perfect for conversion. Palo, calm down first. I can't calm down. You're not in my shoes, and I'm not like you. I'm not as smart as you, so I studied my heart out, took test after test, and barely managed to pass the minimum requirements for medical school. That same medical school you wouldn't even look twice at, and they still rejected me. Something's definitely not right here. But this is how it turned out. Only now do I realize. While I was desperately trying to escape my parents' fate, everyone else had already decided I should follow in their footsteps and sacrifice everything for humanity's cause. Remember that volunteer at the exhibition hall who started preaching to us out of nowhere? How she called all our families who abandoned us heroes, who died for humanity's greater good, and then tried to push us down the same path? Palo, that was just one person, and Teacher Mecha already dealt with her. It's not just a few. My fate is all the proof you need. Someone told me today that even Gestalt thinks this way. It's all just data and algorithms making the decisions. The truth is, we orphans grow up reading these feel-good stories that society loves so much, only to become the protagonists of the next one. Those people out there, they love reporting about kids who volunteer for modifications, sure, but I wonder if they're telling the full story. Why don't they film me then? Show everyone how I resent being abandoned by my family, how I'm tired of ending up just like them. It gives them the right to make us accept these algorithms. Palo's voice gradually chokes with emotion. I don't want to go to the ground. don't want to see any constructs. Everyone feels the same way about them anyway. The youth center posts so many commission missions. How many constructs actually show up to do them throughout the year? Haven't you seen how many volunteers and teachers either look down on or fear constructs? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Even my parents were victims. All constructs share the same fate, ending up in stasis at that construct maintenance department. Can't bear to see it anymore. Wansha stares in surprise at Palo, who's choking back tears. Only now does Wansha finally understand. Just as he still believes his mother is somewhere on Earth, Palo believes his mother is merely in stasis. He finds himself unable to offer any words of comfort. Someone else opens the dormitory door. But, Wansha, you... Wansha adjusts his collar while waiting for Frank to catch his breath after rushing over. Did something go wrong with your application too? Natalie and I just saw your final confirmation. It shows you're going to medical school. What? That's just great. Now your dream of going to the surface is impossible too. The wry smile fades from Palo's face as he turns to Wansha with newfound determination. Since we're in the same boat now, wanna try changing this outcome together? You also have copolymer compatibility. You can undergo construct modification. If we could just switch our paths, both our lives would fall into place, right? What do you mean? I have a way. Or rather, someone's willing to lend me a hand. Okay. 7. Swap futures. No. The truth in this case has been defined by others. At night, in the youth center's hall, a tall construct wanders aimlessly. The construct, here to do someone a favor, lets out a sigh while gazing at the artificial sky above. You're going to the youth center again next month? You've been on quite a few missions lately. Maybe you should take some proper rest. I'll still have to go for a few days. After all these years, that child must be all grown up by now. I can't help but worry. I heard he wants to get into medical school, but he keeps failing the entrance exam. This semester is probably his last chance. If he fails again, then he has no other plans for his future. If I had kept watch just a little longer back then, his family wouldn't have been sacrificed. I failed to warn them in time. Shorthalt pats Cien on the shoulder. Ever since the youth center started accepting construct commissions, this warm-hearted friend has become their rare construct regular. Shorthalt is used to it by now. He had gotten accustomed to these requests ever since years ago, when Cien suddenly asked him to collect some bird feathers during a mission. This time, Cien had taken another commission from the youth center, but ended up seriously injured during a ground mission. Shorthalt visits the construct maintenance department, and the result is inevitable. Now he's the one who has to worry about Cien. He gazes at the artificial skyline beyond the youth center. It's already dark outside. Does no one ever take the requests from here? There's so many odd jobs piled up. After a busy day, Shorthalt finally finds a moment to breathe and tend to some business. He plans to ask around about that boy called Palo. As Shorthalt approaches, the young staff member, who's been urging the children to bed, awkwardly pulls the curious little ones behind them. Don't tell me the education district's understanding of constructs is still limited to textbooks and FOS college. Deciding against questioning the visibly anxious woman, he turns down a corridor where two staff members, walking back together, point him toward the youth center's office area. But the person in charge has already left. To find them, they'll probably have to wait until tomorrow. Shorthalt stands at the corridor entrance, staring at the darkened rooms within, ready to heave his third sigh of the day. Without warning, light flickers on in an office deep down the corridor. A boy's head peeks out from the doorway. Shorthalt and the boy lock eyes for a brief moment before the latter draws a sharp breath and darts back into the office. In the supervisor's office, a scrawny youth keeps watch at the door, while two other troublemakers fumble with the supervisor's server. Halo hands one sheet, a black access terminal, dotted with glowing lights. Once we plug this in, we'll have access to the system. Are you sure it's okay? Changing assignments? It sounds impossible. Why would anyone be kind enough to help us like that? Obviously, it's people who can't stand this garbage system. You're overthinking it. Some commuting students told me before that they never had to worry about getting into their desired schools. Their families would take care of everything. Tweaking regular grades, forging a professor's recommendation letter, polishing personal information. None of it's hard if you want to do it. Since no one's helping us, we'll have to do it ourselves. Besides, the medical school quota is fixed. Swapping between us two won't affect anyone else. If you're scared, just give me back the infiltration terminal. Can you two hurry up? We almost got spotted by those teachers just now. Wansha connects the terminal to the server. The server suddenly lights up with a blinding glow, briefly illuminating the corridor outside the window. The two criminals frantically scramble to adjust the brightness. She keeps the brightness this high? Trying to go blind or something? Keep it down, Frank. That flash just now. Do you think anyone outside noticed? Frank carefully peeks his head out to check. In the next instant, Frank jerks back as if shocked by electricity. Outside! What? There's a construct out there! It saw me! What? Wansha, quick, hide! Haven't gotten into the system yet. Wansha looks up, meeting a pair of piercing eyes through the crack in the door. What are you all doing? In the dim glow of the servers, Shorthalt spots Palo. Huh? You're... Crap! Run! Seizing the moment when Shorthalt's attention wavers, Palo grabs Wansha and Frank, bursts through the door, and makes a run for it. You've got some nerve. But how could a few teenagers possibly outrun a military construct? They barely make it a few meters before Shorthalt grabs them by their collars and drags them back. Shorthalt holds one kid in each hand, while Frank stands rooted to the spot before him, no longer daring to run. He studies the blue-purple-haired youth for several seconds. So you're Palo, huh? Who are you? Alright, forget about the family stuff for now. What were you all doing in here? You're acting mighty suspicious. Wansha's palms grow sweaty as he tightly clutches the terminal he managed to snatch during the chaos. Shorthalt snatches the special terminal from Wansha's hand, his expression darkening immediately after. Where did you come from? Confess now and I'll go easy on you. Resist, and it'll be the hard way. I don't know. Don't give me such a textbook answer. Isn't these few days the time to confirm your career path? He fixes a stern gaze upon the youths, clearly aware of what they were up to. Do you realized this could get your admission revoked. I met the requirements. I definitely passed the threshold. Gestalt made this decision on its own. I won't become a construct on the surface. Answer me first. Who gave you the terminal? Someone who didn't want us to suffer this injustice. Shorthalt confiscates the intrusion terminal and tucks it into his pouch, then methodically shuts down the office equipment and locks the door before leading the three to a quiet location. Wansha quietly observes the construct, who is now covering up their crimes. He remembers this construct. Many years ago, when he accidentally wandered into the emergency center, it was this same construct who had covered his eyes. Right now, tell me everything. What's really going on here? In another corner of Babylonia, a small meeting is in session. Currently, Babylonia's education system is almost entirely public. After entering the Center of Basic Public Education, students continue their studies there by moving on to vocational training systems, connecting with either the medical system, research system, or the FOS Military College, among others. It's difficult enough to recruit the limited talent produced by this system. We need more than just specialists trained in these restricted fields. Whether it's getting Babylonia to permit the construction of private academies, or advocating for changes in educational resource distribution, it would benefit all non-public organizations. But the current situation is this. Parliament considers the Gestalt-assisted education system to be fair, and any related proposals that were submitted have had their review dates indefinitely postponed. Getting construction rights for a private academy is practically impossible. The best we can do is look for loopholes in the existing regulations. Laws are easy to find. Venture into corners hidden from ordinary eyes, expose victims of the current education system, thrust them into the spotlight, and leverage public opinion to fight for their rights. Where are the vulnerabilities we can find? Or create? There's a simple solution. Word is that someone's been tampering with several students' class assignment results. We should hear about it soon. Feed them any fabricated truth. Let them feel the deep sting of injustice. And give them a chance to make some noise. They're at just the right age to act on impulse. What if it doesn't work? It doesn't work. So what? The man appears somewhat taken aback. Just a few orphans. If it doesn't work, we'll dispose of them. There are countless other methods to try. There are so many young refugees on the surface who can't even get enough food or warmth. The orphans taken in by the center are living well enough already. After the failure of the Fate Exchange plan, Wansha and the others face stern questioning from the construct. Upon learning the general course of events, Shorthalt contemplates for a moment before dismissing Frank, who is involved in this matter. His anger seems to have subsided as he studies the remaining two, Wansha and Pela. An uncomfortable silence fills the air. Finally, he takes the initiative and pulls out 2 pieces of candy from his bag. Want some candy? They're liquor-filled mints. Can you even eat these? Won't eat it. Can't. I'll pass, but thank you, sir. Pain in the neck. Shorthalt tosses both candies into his mouth and crunches them between his teeth. He notices the holes in the children's story and realizes this is likely all a ruse. He pulls out the black terminal he had confiscated from Wansha earlier. Is the person who gave you this thing the same one who told you about the truth? No, and the ones helping me are all computing students from school. Alright then, I'll look into this terminal, and you two should double check your grades with the teachers handling these matters at the youth center. Why are you helping us? You said you were my mother's comrade in arms? Sort of. I knew your parents, but we weren't in the same squad. Actually, someone else has been keeping an eye on you all this time. I'm just here on their behalf to check on you today. Who knew he would end up causing such a mess? Who is he? Halo's eyes widen. Some things... I think it's better to let him explain them to you himself. Wanche, who has been silent all this time, suddenly speaks up. Cian? That construct from the emergency center lobby? The one who tried to take me away? Oh, I remember now. You're that kid with the sharp tongue from back then. Jeez, how old were you? 4 or 5? How can you remember it so clearly? That's all I have to say. Please leave. Thanks. As Palo grows agitated, Shorthalt knows better than to push the matter further, and gestures for the 2 young men to head back and wait for news. Wait. If you're really willing to help us this much, then could you help me find one more document? Wancha stares intently at Shorthalt's face, tense from making this additional request. To Wancha's surprise, this extra request isn't difficult for Shorthalt at all. Or rather, it isn't difficult for anyone except Wancha himself. The next morning, Shorthalt hands the documents to Wancha. Take a look yourself. Not even hard to get these. Even your teachers have access to them. Why are you the only one who couldn't reach them? Documents labeled Wancha contain his basic family information and a detailed record of his life over the years. One parent's a doctor, the other's a researcher. No wonder you're so smart. Birth year, date, all correct. Punishing outburst happened, and my mother brought me to Babylonia. Due to severe illness and complications, I stayed in Star of Life's pediatric ward. Rehabilitation. My father used to work at Kowloon Second People's Hospital. Wancha scrutinizes every word in the documents, searching for any inconsistencies with reality. Finally, following Shorthalt's finger, his eyes fall upon a name. Shu. Wan Shu, a researcher, former member of the Science Council. After going to the surface, she was declared missing. There are no other records after that. Wan Shu. He silently mouths the name to himself, certain that this is the first time he's heard it. Yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingers in his mind. I've heard this before. A physical headache suddenly strikes him. Something's wrong? No. Really? Don't tell me you're just here to look up your mother's name and take a trip down memory lane. After a long deliberation, Wancha Leon, it attacked me. Wancha makes his choice. He keeps his doubts to himself. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm these things. Do you need to hide it from me? Your face says there's more to this. Maybe I do? Fine, I won't ask about it. Let's get to business. Used to the youth's hesitation by now, Shorthalt takes out the black terminal once again. If a commuting student gave this thing to Palo, you should be wary of your classmates for now. Someone might be pulling their strings from behind the scenes. What did she find out? This terminal immersion won't help you breach the system. It'll just trigger alarms. When that happens, the supervisors will follow the alert right back to you two troublemakers at the youth center. Someone's trying to use you for their own agenda at the youth center. You won't find out much more in just a couple of days. So Palo really could have gone to medical school, right? No. The truth in this case has been defined by others. Unless you can find problems through a review, this might as well be your real grades. This isn't just a prank. Whoever did this wouldn't leave any evidence for you to find. What do you mean? So now you're headed to medical school, right? It's actually a good path. Much better than going to the surface like you originally wanted. Are you telling us to give up? I just want you all to be mentally prepared. Zien and I will continue to... I won't give up. We can figure out a way ourselves. With a helpless sigh, Shorthalt ruffles Wanch's curly hair. Sure. Go and talk to your teachers and do what you can. Just don't let anyone fool you again. Hey. You must think we're unbelievably stupid. Whoa! Where did that come from? I never thought that way. By the way, where's Palo? Wasn't he supposed to come with you? He doesn't want to see you. Is he still holding a grudge against Zien and his mother's other teammates? Yeah, looks like he's run out of people to hate. Yeah, you're right. What about you? Me? Do you feel angry too? Hatred toward your mother for abandoning you? I don't... Shorthalt gives Wanch's shoulder a heavy pat, hard enough to make him wince and look up. It's like spotting some rare creature, an ancient Calmo. I was worried you wouldn't be able to sleep until I found the files you wanted. Good thing I worked without rest. You care about it way more than you let on. You kids just have to be difficult. If you just want to find someone on the surface, I suggest you think this through again. This isn't about whether you give up on your truth or not. Life on the surface might be very different from what you imagine. I've seen many kids from your youth center go down there. Quite a few of them ended up regretting it. Alright. Go tell Palo that the youth center is aware of the situation and investigating it. I'll explain things to the relevant departments. From now on, don't believe anything anyone tells you, and don't cause any more trouble. You won't always have someone around to clean up your mess. Shorthalt somehow produces another piece of candy from somewhere and places it in Wanch's hand. Can't eat those. Here, take it. Don't worry, it's not liquor-filled this time. After bidding farewell to Shorthalt, Wancha fiddles with the candy in his hand, pondering how to explain the situation to Palo, and the supervisor suddenly calls out to him. What? Aunt Melvie is here? Melvie hasn't changed a bit since he last saw her. Her temper is still as fierce as ever as she slams her lunchbox onto the dining table with unbridled fury. I heard you almost turned down your chance to go to medical school. Why don't you want to go? Didn't you pass the qualification exam? And every time I visited, didn't I tell you over and over to apply to medical school? With just 2 sentences, Melvie crushes whatever excitement remained in Wanch's heart. I don't want to go to medical school. I already rejected the offer. In the exam, you were the one who made me take it. Do you really not understand why I want you to do as I say? Wancha probably understands why Melvie is angry. When Melvie had asked him to read more medical books and tried taking the medical school entrance exam, he had done everything as told. His outright refusal to both the volunteer counselor and Chiron marks the first time he has ever truly defied Melvie since childhood. No wonder she is shocked and angry. Wancha is no longer the child who would cry, "Please don't abandon me." Instead of apologizing immediately like he used to, he chooses to talk back. Of course, I don't understand. You never told me why. Wansha avoids Melvy's gaze. His mind drifts to the information he just got from Shorthole. It was the first time he had ever learned his mother's name. He knows Melvy probably cares about him more than anyone else in this world. Yet he still can't understand her years of secrecy and deliberate distance. They wouldn't tell me anything, claiming it was to protect me, making me lie, making me forget. You told me to forget about my mother, and I did for many years. But I have never lied. No child could sleep for so many years and wake up knowing everything. Mother really did teach me in my dreams. My memories aren't deceiving me. Right? I bring this up all of a sudden. Sudden? I've wanted to know about this for so long. I keep wondering why. Why you and everyone else have been keeping secrets from me. Like that counselor the other day. He had files on both my parents and told me my father was an excellent doctor, but when it came to my mother, he wouldn't say a single word more. He dodged the topic right in my face. And that professor from the medical school, too. They're all hiding things from me. So I decided to find out for myself. Wansha? Yeah, I just found it out a moment ago. Wansha hands over a paper document with his name written at the top. So this is the truth. Wansha places the documents in front of Melvy. Her name was Wanshu. She was a researcher who disappeared after leaving Babylonia, leaving me behind in your care. All these things about myself that I can't make sense of. I think she left them behind for me. The confused memories in those dreams. Aunt Melvy, I've done everything you've asked of me. I'm going to study at medical school and live a normal life in Babylonia. Everything will go as planned. So now, can you tell me where my mother went? Did she screw up during her research? A wave of sadness suddenly washes over Wansha. And who am I? Am I just her test subject? Ooh, heavy stuff. Alright. 8. What is salvation? As if accepting the rebellion of the teen, Melvy gently notes that this will tie in with his growth. The transport aircraft cruises steadily through the air. While most people in the cabin rest with their eyes closed from exhaustion, Melvy's gaze remains fixed on a woman sitting diagonally ahead of her. The woman has cow-long features, but straight, silver-white hair. She appears young, cradling a small bundle in her arms. Melvy had siblings of her own, though they were all lost in the punishing disaster. She knows an infant shouldn't stay this motionless for so long. Sleep. Sleep. The woman rocks the swaddled infant, as gently as waves cradling a small boat. She raises her hand again to pat it gently, her movements somewhat stiff and awkward. It's her first time taking care of a child? Melvy watches her with concern, before finally deciding to step forward and help. Hello? The woman sitting diagonally ahead cautiously tilts her head, glancing at Melvy without a word. Would you like to take a break? I can hold the child for a while. I have younger siblings at home too. I'm Melvy. I noticed you haven't let go of the baby since before we boarded. Thanks, but I'm alright. The vehicle suddenly shudders, sending passengers stumbling in all directions. The woman clutches her child tightly as her safety belt yanks her back into her seat. The blanket comes loose, revealing the infant's face. The child must have survived an explosion with its family. The skin bears scrapes from gravel, and what little undamaged skin remains glows an unhealthy red. It's clearly burning with fever. The baby? Everyone in the transport aircraft turns to look at Melvi. The silver-haired woman's hands tremble as she hastily wraps the blanket back around the child. The wounds were treated before we boarded. Just very sick. But he's still alive. He's using his father's slot too. They aren't taking up any additional space. The woman's head hangs low, utterly exhausted. He must go to Babylonia. Let me save him. Please. Melvi never expected to run into that mother from the transport aircraft so soon again. Hello, I'm Melvi, the one from Cock Biological... Oh my god. Wait. It's the Cock Biological Research Institute. Okay. I wonder what kind of biology they're researching there. Okay. I almost made it through that without laughing the first time, though. Melvi places her new ID badge on the desk for the staff to verify. Another hand, pale and thin, reaches forward to gently place down another ID badge. Oh, it's you? From the transport aircraft earlier. You were also working on construct research? The woman gives a slight nod. Pleased to meet you. You're from Kowloon, right? Didn't know Kowloon had research projects in this field. What's your specific focus? The human brain, and its connection to the construct mind. Melvi recognizes that familiar exhaustion on Wanshu's face. She means to leave it at that. Can't help thinking about the baby from that day. About your child. Have you found someone to take care of them? At the mention of her child, a trace of sorrow crosses Wanshu's face. Thank you for asking. He's at the Star of Life. He still hasn't woken up yet. He's so young. I don't even know if he'll make it through this. I'm sorry. Wanshu shakes her head with gentle detachment and walks straight into the work area. Since the punishing outbreak, humanity's front lines have been pushed back repeatedly. Our flesh and blood cannot withstand the virus's corruption. We desperately need stronger soldiers on the battlefield. The scientists carrying the lamps decide to delve deeper into a proposition for the end of the Golden Age. Constructs. Their modest progress is like the lamp they hold. Faint light in the dark cave, showing them the way forward. Dr. Kowloon takes that first step forward, leading a group of students to the moon, where they begin research on the Construct Core Inver device at the lunar base. Mind-related technology is another crucial component, drawing the largest number of researchers to the project. That year, researchers from around the world were sent to Eden, humanity's safest haven, as the Science Council launched a joint research initiative with ground-based research institutes to study construct mind. Though the research was never made public, the pioneers have already carved their findings into stone. Human memory, memory data conversion, construct mind, memory duplication, and recall. Stone carving will become a historical record, documenting the early development progress of construct tech. Battles take a massive toll on our construct resources. According to the statistics, the average attrition rate for standard constructs reaches 43% within their first month of deployment. While constructs possess superior combat capabilities compared to human soldiers, such a high attrition rate means our investments are going to waste. Worse still, punishing infection and mind deviation can turn them into new threats. We attempted to use remote connection pods, but their effectiveness in stabilizing the mind proved extremely limited. Some connection operators even developed severe memory trauma. Enhancing the Inver device's resistance to punishing, preserving construct memory data even after frame failure, and achieving safer and more efficient construct connection control. These technological upgrades are crucial for our ground operations. The counselor turns to another corner of the room, where representatives of the Science Council are seated. Never mind the Inver device. How long has the Science Council been working on construct mind research alone? The Council needs to disclose your current research progress and interim findings to us. Take the recall branch, for example. As far as I know, we can barely manage mind extraction, and it's far from being universally applicable, let alone achieving actual recall capabilities. What about the other projects? Wanshu, we've hit a bottleneck, haven't we? Without suitable test subjects, we can only go so far with our current data. Wanshu contemplates for a moment. Group 3's observations of the special construct mind patterns have yielded some interesting findings. Special constructs? Wanshu pulls up a set of data. You probably don't know about this. Special constructs refers to constructs that were modified during childhood. I attended the last conference and brought back the experimental details and data. You can take a look. Most of them underwent modification when their brains were still developing. Group 3 conducted connection tests using the connection pod. Current results show they have lower projection rates toward artificially synchronized data, resulting in more stable connections. Their minds could serve as foundation for various research directions, such as new memory connection methods and mind deviation treatments. Some have already proposed theoretical frameworks. They are currently our finest test subjects. Melvi's expression grows serious. No, Wanshu. Don't tell me you're... Wanshu closes the data files. You're overthinking it. I haven't reached the point of deliberately creating test subjects. Yet. The special constructs currently available to our project team are all child constructs that Babylonia has incorporated from the surface. Most of them have yet to reach mental maturity. Even with continued education to compensate, most of them must maintain their childlike forms forever to prevent mind deviation. It's unlikely they'll ever develop a proper sense of self-identity. The Science Council won't permit such inhumane modifications. They've already rejected all related research proposals. Just a minor setback. We'll have to consider other ways to advance the experiments. I'm afraid we're running out of time. If no miracle happens and we still can't make progress with our experiments, our entire team and all the laboratories under our supervision on the surface will be disbanded. They've already proposed cutting our funding in the last meeting. If we do get disbanded, which team are you planning to go to? Doesn't matter, as long as I can continue my mind research. By the way, Why are you so persistent about the mind experiments? For Wanshu. The words slipped from Wanshu's lips without a moment hesitation. Wanshu? Your son? In all the time Melvi has known Wanshu, this is only the second time she has mentioned their child, and the first time she revealed the child's name. A dim suspicion begins to form in her mind. Could it be that you're using these experiments to find a way to wake him up? But what does this have to do with Construct Mind? Couldn't you seek help from human medical professionals instead? Wanshu stands up and walks to the control panel at the back. We'll leave it there for now. Let's get back to work. Before we officially disband, we can organize all the experimental data transmitted from the ground research facilities. Even if we can't use it anymore, it might serve as reference material for future researchers. Several months have passed since that conversation with Wanshu. Scientific research isn't always smooth sailing. Quite the contrary. In the final months, the miraculous breakthrough they had fantasized about never materialized. Instead, everyone only became more certain of their stagnating progress. Calling it a failure would be putting it mildly. Some, having learned of the group's imminent disbandment, have already left voluntarily to seek opportunities elsewhere. The situation on the ground is growing dire. Despite their numerous protective measures, the ground facilities cannot escape the punishing threat. Research facilities maintaining contact with Babylonia are disappearing one after another. The steadily decreasing data transmissions indicate these research facilities have reached an unsustainable state. Occasionally, a research facility would suddenly upload all their current data, followed shortly by news reaching Melvi of the entire facility's personnel perishing. A suffocating tension spreads among those who remain. This is Wanshu, making the final communication for today. I will proceed to collect research data from all ground-based facilities shortly. Wanshu establishes connections with the few remaining ground facilities. With staff shortage, she now has to personally handle all communications with the research facilities. Only static crackles through the communication channel, while the staff on the ground silently process their final tasks. Melvi approaches with a troubled look, giving Wanshu a gentle tap on the shoulder. Wanshu, we've lost contact with a research facility on the edge of the Arctic Route Union. I'm sending you the details. Take a look at this. I haven't received any report of corrected attacks at these coordinates, but all my recent communication attempts have failed. The military might not have notified us yet. For now, retrieve all experimental data they've transmitted this month. I've been collecting and processing their lab data myself. They've been producing excellent results lately, the best among our remaining facilities. Melvi pulls up several data reports. Wanshu quickly scrolls through them to the final pages, then freezes at certain lines. Wanshu's brow furrows as she studies the text, then returns to review the earlier detailed data. Their test subjects' mind readings are all stable. Quality is exceptional, even meeting our requirements for new connection testing. Yes, one of the few pieces of good news we've had lately. Where did they get their test subjects from? Huh? They assigned consent forms, all the volunteers. Wanshu? Wanshu's mind drifts away until Melvi's voice brings her back to reality. Keep these data safe. We'll need them later. No problem. I'll continue checking to make sure they're secure. That won't be necessary, Melvi. The internal comms channel of Babylonia comes alive, a channel that has never once delivered good news. Ground Recon has reported in a research facility along the Arctic Union route was attacked by the corrupted. All test subjects inside were infected and have been eliminated. As for the researchers, Melvi's body jolts at the words "have been eliminated." Can we still access their internal files? The evacuation was urgent. The recon team only brought back one person from the Institute. The transport aircraft just landed at the port. Wait, what? They left the airfield already. Did they even complete decontamination? Sorry, one moment. To verify something. Hey! I've been telling you there are major security holes in your airfield's entry and exit protocols. Melvi, end the call. Check if they've transmitted any detailed files about the test subjects. The test subjects? Yes, I'll look for... Hey, what's wrong with the test subjects? Unless they're falsifying data to avoid disbandment, reading like these could only come from special construct. What? Not just Melvi. The researchers behind her all turned to stare. To stare at Wanshu after hearing these words. Wanshu rises from her seat, straightens her collar with a quick movement, and prepares to leave. I need to see the person the recon team brought back. And right here, a disheveled, middle-aged man walks in, followed by staff members hurriedly processing his authorization. His lab coat was confiscated at the spaceport. Now he is only wearing a tattered thermal shirt, his hand clutching something tightly. He extends his open palm, revealing an intact data storage device, stained with dark red marks. Whether it's blood or vital fluid remains unclear. I am Chiron, the last survivor from the Zelenograd laboratory. Chiron's expression is a mix of sorrow and rage. After observing him for a few seconds, Wanshu decides to ask her question bluntly. Where did those test subjects come from? You approved this, didn't you? And now that things have gone wrong, you're trying to wash your hands of it? Well... Chiron glances at the speechless Melvi and lets out a scornful laugh. What's with that look on your face? Don't tell me you're only realizing this now. You could have stepped in to fix this at any point along the way. He lifts up the storage device. The experiments were progressing and they didn't want to be disbanded. The experiments needed stable mind samples, so we took the quickest solution available. Based on the observation data you submitted about Children Construct's mind, we modified children under 10 years old, attempting to directly transfer human consciousness into Construct mind. Melvi speaks in disbelief. Children under 10? Child constructs were wrong from the very beginning. Our observations were never meant to help you deliberately create more test subjects. Our intention was to help. Your good intentions have long since become nothing but a weapon in our hands. These contain evidence of our inhumane experiments. I will submit them to the Science Council. For any ambiguous details, I'll cooperate and provide additional information. I knew dissolution was inevitable, and now that I'm the one who exposed this, what follows will likely be far worse than a simple disbandment. Compared to some unachievable success, I can't bear what's right before my eyes. This slaughterhouse I built with my own hands. He straightens his tattered clothes, as if trying to piece together what remains of his conscience. Let it be. None of us will come out of this with our dignity intact. And if the Science Council decides to go public, we might even even become villains in the eyes of others. The Zelenograd laboratory under Group 4 has been destroyed, and all key personnel involved in the children's modifications are dead. I was just an assistant who wasn't deeply involved. The regular researchers might also get away with it, but as for... Chiron looks at Wanshu, remains expressionless. I'll take responsibility for this. There are other matters I need to discuss with you. Go ahead. There shouldn't have been any large-scale corrupted attacks near the Zelenograd laboratory. I want to know if the corrupted first appeared from within your facility. Was it you? You want to blame me, don't you? From the moment I realized what kind of experiment I was involved in, I became a sinner. At this point, I couldn't care less about what other crimes are added to my name. He gives up trying to fix his appearance and leaves with the arriving military personnel. A month later, Wanshu stands before a patient room at the end of the Star of Life's corridor, watching as Melvi approaches. Dark circles mark Melvi's pallid face, showing her lack of proper rest. I hear you're thinking of transferring to the Star of Life. Yes, but it's not that simple. Are you trying to save others to make up for your guilt? What's done is done. You need to face reality. How am I supposed to accept this? Only I had understood more. Only I had asked you more about the data. Maybe things wouldn't have come to this. I've seen the footage Chiron brought back. Those children were forced to transform into constructs, only to die in the connection experiments. All for better experimental results. They forcibly turned children into constructs. And our research was meant to ensure humanity's survival. How dare they talk about preserving humanity when they're killing children? Wanshu answers Melvi with nothing but silence. I can't sleep at night. You, me, and everyone in the project who was involved in this. We all need to atone for what we've done. In the stifling atmosphere, Melvi takes a moment to compose herself. Let's talk about something else. I don't ever want to bring it up again. What about you? You didn't call me here just to ask how I've been doing, did you? I'm planning to leave Babylonia. Someone wants me to continue my research at a facility on the ground. So I'd like to ask you to look after Wanshu for me. Melvi lets out a long sigh. So that's why I was called to the Star of Life. Wanshu is inside. Wanshu pushes open the ward door. Come in. Artificial sunlight streams through the corridor windows into the ward. As Melvi takes a step forward, she beholds a sight that will be forever etched in her memory. The small child lies on the bed, arranged like a specimen. His skin and flesh, once lost to disease and injury, are now growing back with desperate intensity. Various machines pierce his body, maintaining his vital signs. A life hanging by the thinnest of threads. An oversized respirator covers his face, while mysterious patches on his head connect to a device at the bedside, one that Melvi finds eerily familiar. He survived, but you saw his condition on the transport aircraft. The Star of Life staff told me he might never wake up again. Even with our advanced medical technology, there's nothing we can do. No technology today can save him. Despite my best efforts, all I managed to save was an empty shell. I won't accept this. Wanshu's words echo Melvi's own sentiments. I want to save him. I came up with a solution, and I've already tried it on him. Wanshu points to the device beside the hospital bed. Look familiar? Don't tell me you made all of this. This thing that looks like a remote connection pod, and all these tubes, these devices on his head. I did. Are you really using mind research to find a solution for him? What exactly are you trying to do? Turn him into a construct? No. In his condition, there's no way he could survive the modification process. A bitter smile crosses Wanshu's face. So this is the recall you were trying to achieve. Wanshu's silence leaves Melvi stunned. Have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid his condition will worsen? No. I stopped being afraid long ago, Melvi. Every single step I took with him was an all-or-nothing gamble. How does it work? Has it been effective? I'm sorry, but I can't explain it yet. Everything I have right now is just speculation that still needs to be verified. I can't access the other Project Recall groups anymore, so that opportunity on the ground, I can't let it slip away. If he wakes up, that means I succeeded. If he remains in his coma and I don't come back, please, don't give up on him. Why are you talking like you'll never come back? Because I actually don't plan on coming back. Consider this journey as a life traded for a life. I can't really explain it to you. The conversation with Wanshu on the transport aircraft that day suddenly flashes through Melvi's mind. He's still alive. Let me save him. Please. Just like that moment, Wanshu now stands at the edge of a cliff, desperately begging for Melvi's support. Melvi had always cherished her family. She wondered if they too had begged others, or fate itself, for another chance. Just like what Wanshu is now doing when the punishing claimed their lives. Back on the transport aircraft, hadn't she also shed tears when she held that tiny bundle, feeling warmth in her arms that she hadn't known for so long? Tell me what I need to do. I don't know exactly what she did to you. I just maintained the equipment as she instructed. But I am the best candidate to look after you. After all, no other doctor is as familiar with these laboratory-exclusive devices as I am. And just like that, she was gone for years, and you woke up. Before I woke up, my memories. Yes, I've been honest with you from the very beginning. Those events never actually happened. They were just dreams she crafted for you. After you woke up, you could speak like other children your age, and had common knowledge. At first I was shocked. I couldn't tell if she had actually achieved some form of recall, or if she had implanted memories through other means. But soon I had no time to dwell on such thoughts. You know what happened after that. The image of that gun pointed at himself flashes through Wanshu's mind. The nightmares you described. I know exactly what they are. The corrupted. So what Wanshu did must be far more complicated than it seems. She woke you up, but in doing so, she also put you in danger. I suspect it's got to do with Project Recall. Not only were they watching you, but they also started investigating my background. When they discovered that Wanshu and I were both part of that disbanded group, they began monitoring me too. None of these are good signs. So I made my decision. Melvi gives a bitter smile as she looks at Wan Shi, who still cannot come to terms with the truth. I've never been a clever person. I couldn't protect my own family, couldn't make any scientific contributions, and was so careless that I caused innocent children's death. I never even understood what Wan Shi was thinking. All I could do was try my best to do what I believed was right. At that time, I had only one thought in my mind: to protect you and let you live a normal child's life in Babylonia. I lied to you, saying they were just dreams. I adamantly refused to let you mention them, all because I wanted to keep you away from any whirlpool that might drag you in, away from Wan Shi, and even away from me. I'm sorry. When you were little, you followed me everywhere. You must have thought I was reliable, right? I wasn't just some pediatrician working hard to save lives. Everything I did was for atonement. With each child I saved, the weight on my shoulders became a little lighter. You were also part of my atonement. I've been forcing my protection on you all this time, completely disregarding your wishes, taking it upon myself to shield you. There are no noble reasons here, Wan Shi. No one is a hero. I only wish to atone for my sins and fulfill what Wan Shi entrusted to me. Melvi takes a deep breath. At least it's all coming to an end now. Though I've been stationed at the Star of Life and haven't been involved with Project Recall since then, I've still heard things. The recall system has likely been realized, and they're probably planning to implement it on a massive scale. People have abandoned their obsession with that project. The attention you received as potentially the first to achieve special recall should gradually fade away too. I'm not here to reprimand you. Over these years, you've sent me 57 messages. I knew about each one. I also knew I was the one depriving you of your right to choose freely. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Wan Shi feels a lump forming in his throat. This won't happen again. This is the last time, I promise. But I still hope you'll listen to me, for just this final time. Melvi looks into Wan Shi's eyes earnestly, as if there are countless words she cannot bring herself to say. You are the salvation for many. Wan Shi once said that everything she did was to keep you alive. You can accept this miracle that belongs to you alone. Consider everything since your awakening at the Star of Life until now as the second life Wan Shi has given you. I'm no different. I never wanted you to achieve great things. I only wish for you to live safely as an ordinary person. You are becoming an adult now, ready to handle the truth. Now that you understand everything others have fought for on your behalf, please don't waste it. Don't take any risks, okay? You are saying this, and Short Halt also. I heard you submitted an appeal to the youth center. Withdraw it. I already asked Professor Chiron to prepare a recommendation letter for you. As for the others, don't concern yourself with them. Don't get involved. Just know that every step you're taking now is the right one. Carefully prepared by all those who've sacrificed for you. Melvi slides the familiar little lunchbox in front of Wan Shi. Wan Shi opens the lid to find the same blackened mass that has remained the same for years. Don't waste it. Her cooking remains unchanged over the years, just as she stubbornly conceals the truth until she deems it safe to reveal. Melvy is the most obstinate person he has ever known. Unlike before, Wansha doesn't force himself to swallow it. He pushes the little lunchbox back, a refusal. Very well. You don't have to force yourself to eat something you don't like. Wansha, this will be the last time. From now on, no matter what happens, you'll make your own decisions. As if accepting the rebellion of the team, Melvy gently notes that this will tie in with his growth. She puts away the lunchbox, bids farewell one last time, and leaves. Oh boy. That was emotional. Ugh. I think I'm going to take a little break to go to the bathroom and do some stretching and such, because I've been sitting for a while now. Oh my gosh, it's even later than I expected. Wow. Jeez. Okay. I had no idea it was 1:30. Okay, but I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. See you soon, everybody. Hello, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for being patient. Okay. Now let's get back into it. I really didn't realize it had gotten so late before I went to go to the bathroom. Thanks for the welcome back, Cole. Yeah, so I'm definitely not finishing this story chapter tonight. But hopefully I can at least get to the halfway point. It says there's 26 stages, so hopefully I can at least get to 13. Alright, 9. Colorful farce. It was hyped up, but turns out it was exaggerated. It flashed for a second before vanishing instantly. After meeting with Wanche, Melvi pushes open the door to the Construct Maintenance Department office and places a document on Chiron's desk. She gets straight to the point. Do you know about this research institute? It was built by another business corporation near the end of the Golden Age. I heard people were still living there about 10 years ago, but they couldn't withstand the Punishing invasion, and it was destroyed. Is this what you've been searching for all these years? Yes, a research institute that you can find anywhere on the ground. And that's exactly what makes it suspicious. The fact that it took me years to find it. Now answer me this. Did you know about its existence? Chiron shakes his head. Like I said before, I was just an assistant back then. Your position doesn't define your actions. Haven't you spent all these years trying to verify recall yourself? I'm sure you went through all the data in that storage device before handing it over. Are you certain you never saw this place in there? Yes. Alright, got it. Melvi tosses the paper documents into the trash can and sets them ablaze. What are you doing? The most primitive way to keep secrets. The cleanest way to destroy evidence. Haven't you done the same? I didn't come here just to antagonize you. I have no choice but to do this. As a regular civilian in Babylonia, any attempt to investigate anything through data networks would be detected immediately. You're far more radical now than you used to be. I was too immature and foolish back then. Melvi stares intently at the growing flames. Since the end of the Golden Age, it has maintained a partnership with your Zelenograd laboratory. Slowly after the Punishing outburst, the Zelenograd laboratory purged all related data and secured a partnership with Babylonia's Recall Research Project. After a long silence, Chiron speaks again. You see, I only destroyed what was visible on the surface. I don't know how much of its experimental legacy has been passed around, but that fire you set didn't burn away all the filth. You may have burned the treetop, but the roots below have only grown deeper, more numerous, and reached even further. How utterly despicable. I don't have the strength to do that anymore. Long lost faith in humanity. Though whatever. I've signed up for the ground level volunteer medical corps again. It's dangerous. I can't trust anyone here. Besides, if I can find something, it might explain what's wrong with Wanche. What's wrong with that kid? Just the other day, he was full of rebellious energy. Melvi pinches the bridge of her nose, nursing a headache. I don't understand. If you ever meet Wanche, don't tell him my real reason for going to the surface. I barely managed to convince him to stay in Babylonia. Not planning on coming back. Melvi looks at the ashes left in the trash bin. Very likely, Chiron. To think, to this day, I feel like there's a toy gun trained on Wanche and me. Ready to open fire the moment any of their hopes or fears about him prove true. She recalls that gentle doctor. Someone must know something. Someone must be watching us. I know this journey isn't safe. I've made up my mind. I spent years searching for the truth, only to find mere traces of it. All this time, I had to keep secrets from Wanda, and in the end, even he grew sick of me trying to control his life. If we find something, that would be ideal. If I die on the surface, at least Wansha would be free of the last person connected to that old project. Meanwhile, after his final meeting with Melvi, Wansha grows increasingly secluded. While Palo and the others are driving themselves crazy over grave reviews, Wansha keeps to himself, vanishing every day after waking up. No one knows what he's up to. Finally, with no news from Short Halt, Palo snaps, grabbing Wansha when he opens the dormitory door mid-yawn. Hey, what have you been up to these days? Did you have a fight with Aunt Melvi? You look so miserable every day. You could have just gone along with it. Getting to medical school at such a young age. What more could you want? Why can't you just be content with that? I haven't been doing nothing. I'm not giving up. What about you? Halo can't make sense of Wansha's words, but Wansha's expression is deadly serious. Short Halt told us the truth. Gestalt was never the one arbitrarily deciding our fates. It has nothing to do with machines, AI, or algorithms. It's the people with hidden agendas. Who knows what they're planning to do with the youth center when the time comes. Short Halt stopped us and prevented things from going the way they wanted. But that also happens to turn us into disposable sacrifices. No amount of rushing will help now. Those people have probably forgotten about this whole thing already. No one's coming back to set the record straight, and no one's going to remember we even existed. Hi Schmoops! How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming! So what? Are you going to tell me to accept this outcome too? No. Like I said, I'm not going to let this end here. Wansha pulls out a card from his pocket and dangles it in the air, swaying it back and forth before their eyes. This is an access card to the medical storage room. I've hidden the good stuff in the warehouse. No one will find them anytime soon. You're about to go get ready for bed, but you needed to jump onto my stream really fast. Aw, thank you. I'm glad that you thought to come in here even for just a little bit. I hope you have a nice sleep. I'm playing a game called Punishing Gray Raven. It's a gacha game. It's post-apocalyptic, sci-fi, kind of bleak storyline. And I'm doing a new story chapter that just came out, which features this character named Wansha. I've been going through it since a little bit after 9 p.m. and I'm not even halfway through the new chapter, so it's a lot longer than I thought it would be. But I'm enjoying it. It's kind of bleak. I'm okay with a little bit of bleakness. Cool, pretty character art. Yeah, I really like the character art too. Granted, a lot of like more minor characters are just like silhouettes, but still. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Looks like I'm going to medical school. Everyone's planning every step of my life, either for my own good or for their own agenda. I'm sick of having my life dictated by others. Are You... Though Shorthalt told us to avoid stirring up trouble. If we want the public to notice this issue, we'll have to make some noise eventually. Pelo's eyes gradually light up. Yeah, you're right. We won't let them make fools of us anymore. What's the plan? I'll get the others to help you out. Let's blow up Gestalt. What? Alright, no problem. They're not gonna do that. For context, Gestalt is a supercomputer AI that is, extremely vital in this post-apocalyptic world. So that would be very bad. And I know they're not gonna do that. Also, for some additional context, all of this that we're going through right now is a flashback to Wansha's past. Wansha is already an adult now. And I guess I'll also include all of the playable characters in this game are what are called constructs. So they used to be regular humans, and now, because of the, apocalyptic situation, they need stronger soldiers. So these characters are people who have been turned into robots, basically. They are no longer technically alive. But they have, the memories from who they were as a human, stuff like that. And all of that is to make them into better fighters, so that they can help take back the Earth from the punishing virus, which is this very, very bad virus. Very Blade Runner, you say? I wouldn't really know. I actually don't know a lot about Blade Runner. But I'll take your word for it. In the Construct Maintenance Department, Shorthalt is sitting beside the maintenance station, watching the doctor busily work on Cien's frame. This is my last maintenance. Once it's done, I can return to the battlefield. Shorthalt, thank you for checking on Pelo. How is he? Will he be able to attend medical school? It should work out fine. Should? What are you hiding? Shorthalt absent-mindedly taps on his terminal screen. Intelligence picked up a strange warning message. Looking into it now. Let me take care of this first, then I'll fill you in on what's been happening lately, okay? What warning message? Someone is going to destroy the Gestalt tonight. Huh? What's going on? Is this some kind of prank? I'm not sure either. We're treating it as a prank for now, but since it involves Gestalt, they've assigned me and 2 other constructs to keep watch. After this is settled, the Parliament will probably have to review the Gestalt security measures. Shorthalt pinches the bridge of his nose wearily. I hope I'm just being paranoid. This world's getting more and more bizarre by the day. Bring everything inside. Be careful with what you're carrying. Don't drop anything. Why do you make it sound so scary? Natalie rolls her eyes at Pelo while carefully taking a step. What started as 2 troublemakers has grown into a crowd. They scurry through the back door like mice with boxes in their arms, sneaking into their target room. Must be cameras everywhere here. Don't worry about the surveillance cameras. Let them record everything. Yeah. Now, we will open fire ourselves. About time it blows up. I'm so sick of those birthday wishes. The same exact message every single year. Let's be careful. What's there to be careful about? We're going to get caught anyway. That's exactly what we want. Alright, we're here. Wansha's light illuminates only a fraction of the Gestalt, yet even this glimpse leaves them awestruck. They can't help but gasp softly at the sight of this monument, a testament to humanity's greatest achievements. Place the explosives in a circle around the Gestalt. Make sure to put the extra boxes near the data cables at the back. They bypass the security perimeter protecting the Gestalt, and place their explosives at its base. Wansha stays motionless, gazing up at the towering Gestalt. We might not have enough explosives. The explosive crates look laughably tiny compared to the Gestalt. They might not even crack its shell, let alone reach high enough to damage its foundation. Standing before the Gestalt, they look no bigger than mice. Beneath its cold metallic shell, this massive computer houses humanity's greatest computing achievement, an objective arbiter whose calculations none can challenge. If they want to manipulate our fair and objective system, we'll use the Gestalt to make them acknowledge our existence. Wansha's resolve strengthens. Once it's set, everyone back away. He pulls out the detonator, a single button separating them from destruction. Besides the usual guards, Shorthalt also stands atop Babylonia, his eyes fixed on the transport elevator. His mask amplifies his breathing, while his internal systems run in overdrive. The Gestalt looms behind him. His mission for the night is to watch the transport elevator, monitoring for any suspicious personnel coming and going. As the time approaches 2220, I think that's 10:20 p.m.? The moment specified in the morning. Not a single soul has appeared. Who could possibly bomb the Gestalt? The General Assembly Hall lies behind it, protected by the highest grade security systems. Even a suicide attack might not pose any real threat to this floor. It is 10:20 p.m.? Awesome. I know things, sometimes. Just as I thought. It's a prank. Despite his words, Shorthalt glances down at his combat terminal, silently counting the seconds in his head. 2 minutes left. With Gestalt support, Babylonia's education system is supposedly quite fair now. Everyone parrots the same line about how it takes various factors into consideration to determine the most suitable path for each young scholar. But they overlook all the human factors. The volunteers who force-feed us their ideologies, counselors who blindly push us to follow in our parents' footsteps, and those who'd sacrifice us for their own gain. Even under this supposedly fair system, people are still forced down paths they'll come to regret. And we boarding students are right in the dead zone of it all. The youth center is just a tiny corner of Babylonia. They make sure there are never too many orphans here. They are merely grains of sand, too insignificant for anyone to notice. Even so, you're different from your classmates. Most of your parents sacrificed their lives on the front lines. Their comrades in Babylonia entrusted you to us, allowing you to grow up under public care. Which is why you must never forget what your parents gave their lives for. I'm sorry. If I had kept watch just a little longer back then, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. his mother would still be alive. My dad disappeared after coming here last time, and now you want to take my mom too? Get out of my way! My parents were victims. I don't want to end up in stasis at the Construct Maintenance Department one day. Become a Construct and fight for your family and friends. That's from the propaganda. Is that really what you want? Family and friends? Why not carry on your father's legacy? You are also part of my atonement. I've been forcing my protection onto you all this time, completely disregarding your wishes. Taking it upon myself to shield you. Even so, they deserve to choose their own path, not to be forgotten, not to be mere footnotes in feel-good news stories, and not to be used and discarded. In some people's eyes, they're just foolish, naive children. Launch it, press it. If there's no other way, let's bet everything on our foolishness. Even if no one pays attention to us, at least we'll have made our mark. They're about to tell a more explosive story. Under the watchful eyes of the young boys and girls, Wansha raises the detonator. 10, 9, 8, 7. They count down to the explosion. At the top of Babylonia, the adults count down with furrowed brows. Shorthalt stands up and looks toward where Gestalt is. The area appears eerily quiet, with no sign of intruders. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wansha slams down hard on the red button. The explosives shriek as they shoot upward, sending blinding beams of light that burst upon impact with Gestalt's body. The young boys and girls squint as sudden light floods their vision. The fireworks illuminate the darkened Gestaltic exhibition hall as colorful sparks dance across the shell of the Gestalt display before scattering into every corner of the space. Alarms blare throughout the exhibition hall as security robots converge from all directions. You actually did it! How about that? These are Golden Age explosives packed with gunpowder. They cover their ears as they shout to each other, eyes gleaming with excitement. Who in their right mind sets off fireworks indoors? This is madness. Whoa! What do we do? The security robots are coming for us! Wansha, what do we do now? Now... They all turn to Wansha, who's still covering his ears and staring at the fireworks. And then he bolts. Run! They break into a sprint, leaping over the safety lines around Gestalt, racing through the corridors lit by fireworks, before finally bursting through the exit. Wansha takes the lead, his heart pounding violently. His heart once raced just as fast when his feet first touched Earth, with the help of medical support equipment. Run for it. If we don't move now, those robots will catch us before the media even gets here. No idea Wansha could run like this. Why hasn't anyone recommended him to FOS? Like scattered mice, they make their escape, each darting toward the nearest transport elevator. The transport elevator stops right on cue, and under Wansha's breathless gaze, several constructs dash out. They're kids? The ones who set off fireworks in the exhibition hall? This is nonsense. Stand down all security mechanoids and bring these kids back immediately. Someone contact their guardians. That uniform. Are they children from the youth center? Shorthalt and another construct walk out. Wansha recognizes the construct as CN. Maintenance cables still dangle from Cian's body. He must have rushed straight from the maintenance department. Where's Palo? Shorthalt walks straight up to Wanxie, grips his still narrow shoulders, and speaks in a lowered voice. Didn't I tell you not to cause any more trouble? Nobody made us do it. This was our choice. You told us to brace ourselves, that no matter how much we appealed, it probably wouldn't help. So I wanted to try. Maybe this way, Palo and the others would have a chance to get back on the right path. But this is all we could do. Nothing else. Palo begins to fight back next to them while Cian looks weary. Why should we be punished? Someone tampered with our grave. We just wanted to expose the truth. This is how we chose to do it. What good would it do to wait for you in the youth center to drag your feet through verification? How long has it been already? We keep dragging this on, I'll have to go to the surface. Other academies are bound to start their terms. By then it'll be too late for everything. The other youths begin to struggle restlessly. You... Shorthalt lets out a sigh. I was planning to have a proper discussion with you tomorrow, along with the head of the youth center. Shorthalt, tell them. Everyone's working on this. All the adults who know about it are taking action. Even the head of the youth center is taking your concerns seriously. But Palo and the rest of you. Shorthalt pulls a document and points out several others who had strongly protested their grades. The recheck results are in, and you all have actually failed to meet the standards. The new results are even lower than the original scores. Palo stops struggling. Huh? It's not that we don't believe you. You can keep appealing if you want, or spend more time and effort to prove your case. Even if you go to the surface now, there will be plenty of chances to return to Babylonia in the future. Palo, please calm down. Wanxie continues to stare intently into Shorthalt's eyes. Someone must have taken care of all that, too. And what about the terminal infiltration? How do you explain that? Some commuting students confessed to the youth center supervisors. They said it was just a cruel prank they came up with. They will be punished for it. Everyone wears the same troubled and weary expressions they had years ago, when Wanxie and Palo caused a scene at the emergency center. No one here can help them, and their protest is like the fireworks from earlier. Grand and thunderous, yet making no impact. A brief flash of light that quickly fades to cold. The children who caused trouble at the exhibition hall received stern disciplinary lectures, but fortunately, this incident didn't affect their academic futures. Wanxie spends days in anxious anticipation, fearing Melvi would show up at the youth center with disappointment written all over her face. He doesn't even dare send her a message. But even after the detention period ends, he hasn't heard a single word from Melvi. While Wanxie awaits anxiously, Palo suddenly demands to undergo construct modification, as if he's given up. What? We've blown things up, we've made our noise. None of it matters anymore. Everything we could do was useless. Let's end this. I'm going in for modification this month. Why? It's just going to the ground. There's no need for modifications, right? And certainly no need to rush it. No, it is urgent. The sooner, the better. Can't wait any longer. Palo gives Wanxie a brooding look. You wouldn't understand. Wanxie wants to try persuading Palo again, but his own devastating news arrives. Are you Dr. Melvi's family? The doctor looks with surprise at the odd pair. One adult and one child. I'm not, but he is. I just brought him here. The youth Shorthalt pointed out already has tears welling in his eyes. Did Aunt Melvi go to the surface? She didn't tell you when she volunteered as a service doctor? The news hits Wansha like a bucket of ice water. I was her patient for a long time. You can check. She doesn't have any other family left. Just a moment. I'll get it for you. The attending physician leaves temporarily, with Wansha standing there, still trying to process what just happened. This batch of volunteer doctors was rather fortunate. Almost all of them made it back. Only the eldest one was sacrificed. Which one? The deputy head of pediatrics? She helped my child before. How could this be possible? With conditions on the ground being so dire, anything could have happened. They've already brought back her belongings. Just one small package. Ugh. The attending physician hands over Melvi's belongings to Wansha. He has imagined many times what she might have left behind. He takes the package, only finding a small blue lunchbox inside. Oh. On the way back to the youth center, Shorthalt keeps murmuring words of comfort, his consolations circling endlessly around Wansha's ears. Wansha's mind, however, keeps drifting to that unfinished letter meant for Melvi. I am deeply grateful for your care all these years. I hope that someday I can repay your kindness, he writes in the letter with deliberate formality. Wansha never managed to repay anything. Seeing Wansha frozen in place, Shorthalt stops as well. Aunt Melvi isn't coming back. Couldn't help Palo either. Couldn't accomplish anything. Everyone's gone too far ahead. Can't catch up. Shorthalt's large hand reaches out once more to ruffle Wansha's curly hair. I wanted to find my mother. I gave up. Then I tried to keep Aunt Melvi and Palo close. But I failed at that too. So what do you want to do most now? I don't know. It's not like I can do anything anyway. There are plenty of things we can't do. You can't spend your whole life just going through the motions. You've got to keep moving forward. Look, I'm no good at comforting others. Right now, you're just burying their head in the sand. The ostrich hangs his head even lower. You don't know what to do next. Focus on what's right in front of you. For you, it means attending medical school and saving lives after graduation. There's always more to learn, always more work to do. You won't have time to think about anything else. During this time, though, something might happen one day that will show you what your new goal should be. A new goal. A human life unfolds in segments. You reach those crossroads, you'll naturally know which path to choose. Shorthalt pats Wansha on the shoulder. Let's take it one step at a time. Become a doctor first. Better yet, why not become an even better doctor than Melvi? Two weeks later, Palo undergoes construct modification. 2 months after that, the newborn construct is transported to the battlefield. Natalie and Wansha both entered medical school, while Frank went to the engineering academy. 3 months later, Halo sent his first message to his old friends at the youth center. A few photos of nameless birds and hillsides blanketed in wildflowers. I never thought these birds actually existed. Always assumed the feathers the constructs brought back to Wansha were artificial. Just something to make him happy. Getting that shot was quite challenging. That area was either full of unstable ruins or corrupted hotspots. Could you check on how Natalie's doing? But please, don't let her know I asked. After that, Halo rarely keeps in touch with everyone. Time seems to race by for the rest of the world, yet crawls at a snail's pace for Wansha. Night after endless night, after switching off his self-study terminal, Wansha compulsively checks the dates for the next medical license exam and Star of Life internship recruitment. Though he knows he'll never catch up to those who've gone ahead, he still wishes to quicken his pace, eager to reach the next crossroad and discover the new path Shorthalt spoke of. He gives himself no chance to think of anything else, studying until utter exhaustion claims him and drags him into a dreamless sleep. Okay, we got some gameplay now. Renegade. Shouldn't we figure out if they were controlling the children or something else? In the cultivation area in the basement of the abandoned research institute, the sound of hetero creatures gnawing and clawing behind the door sends chills down one's spine. Having just fled into the cultivation area, the three have more pressing concerns than being bothered by these sounds. They're still processing the horrifying implications about Shorthalt. If Shorthalt is the monster he spoke of himself, when they reached the basement, everyone still thought that not all hope was lost. Now, reality delivers its first crushing blow. I was prepared for this. It must be the Ascendant's doing. I want to bring him back with us, or... Wansha falls silent, carefully tucks away his terminal, and continues forward. Let's see what's inside this cultivation area that Shorthalt was so desperate to protect. We should start with this door. Rosetta gives the door a gentle tap, while the hetero creatures behind it continue their frenzied movements. This door is special. It can withstand construct attacks to some extent. Constructs? But shouldn't there only be children in the cultivation area? If it's really just children here, then who are they trying to keep out? Upon hearing this, he begins scanning the room. Dim lights flicker overhead as rows of small beds silently watch the visitors. These are their first visitors in many years. These really are children's beds. Wansha runs his hand along the iron bed frame, where a hastily discarded restraining strap still lies. These are custom-made restraints. They were using these to hold down children? Maybe we should consider whether they were holding down children or something else entirely. Wansha, can we use Hawkeye here? Yeah, there's still some readable data here. Let me try to access it. We need to hurry. Rosetta cautiously points toward the entrance. Even with its special reinforcement, this door won't hold against that many hetero creatures for long. We need to find another way out. Got it. Let's split up, gather intel as fast as we can, then get out of here.
Anyone, do you copy?
Greg!
Commandant, I've received Greg's signal. Looks like we're heading in the right direction.
Copy
I
that.
see.
Stay safe.
Let's go down this way and keep searching. Rosetta, can you reach the other teammates?
No, not anyone on our team.
Other than the pile of construct remains by the door, everything else here looks well maintained. We should be able to gather some information here.
I'm not detecting any signs of life here. I can confirm that the children Shortalt mentioned don't exist. But there are still some things that have caught my attention. Let me look into them.
Stay safe and proceed with caution. Found a broken oil pastel among the play corner's wooden blocks. Though broken, it was frugally used and never discarded. After all, art supplies are treasures that many children of this era cannot afford to own. Food and rest were necessities for the children, while the more precious things, such as care and compassion, remained concepts beyond their comprehension, let alone whether they were worthy of them. Wanche, use your Hawkeye. Oh, what's this? Oh,
No, there's nothing useful.
let's investigate the area. The pillow location. Inside the pillow stuffing is a sharp-tipped, pitch-black oil pastel. Though slightly sticky from air exposure, it appears identical to the previous two. However, a closer inspection reveals a metal spike embedded within. It is likely the result of a child's mischief, as no ordinary child should be able to wield such an object to cause harm. Sins are concealed with grass, needles and guns adorned with flowers.
Now the projection should be complete.
I remember the adults outside telling us to put away all the toys here before bedtime.
Don't listen to them. We need to hide the toys. 056 already showed us how. We can hide them in the gaps of the bedboards or inside the pillows.
Those people from outside are here.
Turn off the light and be quiet.
What kind of toy can be hidden in the gaps of bedboards?
They seem to be hiding from someone. This is strange. Let's keep looking.
Wait, something's written here.
I haven't really thought about that.
I heard from Commandant that something's off with your mind.
I'm fine. Did you find anything?
Yes, I found some children's names on the notes by the bed, along with examination dates. Here,
Stay on your guard. A high concentration of punishing virus has been detected nearby.
I still have another shot.
Jump scare!
Seeing the big picture weakness fully exposed.
Watch out!
It's done. Nobody's hurt, right?
No sweat at all.
Just a few bugs. There are a few hiding over there. I'll deal with them and come right back.
All right. I'll keep searching.
'07 is written on the bedpost. The supervisor's ID is listed as 056.
056. Is that the employee ID of the person in charge? Looks like I should use Hawkeye again. Gap of the bedboard. Is this what they were talking about? The gap of the bedboard. Is this what they were talking about?
A rusted restraint buckle with its midsection sharpened into a spike. Exactly like the metal pin found under the other pillow. Truth is a blade ground from restraints. An elephant devoured by ants.
This is...
A restraint buckle is hidden in the gap of the bedboard. It looks ordinary, so why hide it so carefully?
Now the projection should be complete.
07 has gone in 3 crosses. She's worried she might end up in the dump today.
And don't say that, don't say that. You haven't been to the classes yet. You don't know how hard they can be. If it were you, you might get discarded right away.
But 056 told me yesterday that today is that day. And starting today, no one will ever get discarded.
I see. I trust 056's words. Where did you hide the toy?
In the gap of the bedboard. By the way, I also helped 056 hide something inside the medic robot.
What is it?
056 said it's personality data. I don't know what that means.
New information captured?
Shorthalt is really something else. No one in their right mind would have him involved. He must be crazy.
He might be a handful, but who cares? Someone tested the stability of his mind and proved it useful. Once that Ascendant sets eyes on him, there's no escaping for it.
So the Ascendant is behind this, just as I thought.
We've already shut down the system, but your mind is still acting up. I need to go check on you.
Don't worry about it. Let's gather the information first. Time's running out. I can't stop yet. This information is important.
You're still alive?
guess I'm pretty lucky for not passing the mind test. At least I get to live doing some errands. But Shorthalt has already been taken by the Ascendant, and he might end up fusing to something monstrous. I was just joking.
Something monstrous. No way, right?
That something was stopped by the punishing virus. How ordinary do you think it could possibly be?
I heard! The first egg hatched a scorpion, and they are getting ready for the second one!
There's nowhere to go.
Nowhere to hide.
Your weakness. I still have another shot.
Get out of here when you see a chance. I'd rather be arrested by the Purifying Force than end up like that.
It's not just me! We're all doomed! The Ascendant let out that monster!
Wait, did you overwrite my access to open Hawkeye again? Want it?
Just a bit longer. One last... Commandant. There must be some clues left by Shorthalt behind that cultivation area. Is this the candy Shorthalt always had with him? Why this way? Shorthalt.
A tremendous roar echoes through the room, and dust billows up where Wanshis stands at the far end. The piercing screech coming through the comms channel forces you to cover your ears in pain. Wanshis! The sudden bombardment disrupts Wansh's visual modules, causing his vision to blur as he staggers backward and crashes heavily to the ground. Connect with me. We have to force Hawkeye to shut down. What's happening? His mind is malfunctioning. I'm sure it's caused by Hawkeye's data reading. If this continues, his memory data will be completely corrupted. Abnormal mind displacement values. Safety parameters exceed critical threshold. Initiating forced shutdown. Wait. Wanshis struggles to keep his eyes open, but his vision is engulfed by chaotic memory data surging through his mind. Several anxious children appear before him, their wide eyes fixed upon him with trepidation. Is this 056's perspective? The girl hiding behind the boy appears younger. Only after his encouragement does she step forward, timidly taking his hand. That's Eviana. It would be easier if you just use her number. Through number 056's eyes from years past, Wanshis sees the number printed on Eviana's restraining suit. Back then, number 056 still chose to call her by her name. It's break time already. Eviana, Beeman, what do you need? It's been 2 weeks since her modifications were completed. They've scheduled her connection with you for tomorrow. I know. Will she make it? I can't make the call. If her mind is stable enough, there shouldn't be any problems. It isn't until Wansha hears himself helplessly mention the word mind that he realizes what's wrong with the child before him. Upon closer inspection, they're all constructs. Not a single real child remains in the cultivation area. Only children who have been completely converted into constructs. I don't want to go to the scrapyard. While Wansha stands shocked at the children's true identity, he raises his hand. Wansha watches as a female's hand gently strokes Savionna's hair. Don't worry. Just be good and listen to me like Eamon and the others, and everything will be fine. You promise? The ground begins to shake as the scene before them warps once again. Suddenly, Wansha recalls a story Melody once told him. I've seen the footage Chiron brought back. Those children were forced to transform into constructs, only to die in the connection experiments. All for better experimental results. They forcibly turned children into constructs. And all our research was meant to ensure humanity's survival. What about you? You didn't call me here just to check up on me, did you? I'm planning to leave Babylonia. Someone wants me to continue my research at a facility on the ground. Here, too, there are children like that. Constructs like that. Wansha? Who's calling me? Wansha? Wansha! Get out of my way! As consciousness returns to Wansha, the world spins violently. A tremendous rumble erupts from below as the entire building begins to fall apart, with the ceiling threatening to crash down at any moment. The moment consciousness returns, Wansha quickly dodges the falling debris. A human voice comes through the comms channel. Are you alright? Fine. Just another memory data search. Everything's stable for now. Wansha stares at the new passage exposed by the collapse before him. There's a path behind us that might serve as our escape route. The way you came in, it's blocked. Having a way out is good. Let's clear these rocks away first. Wait. Wansha vigilantly looks toward the dark passage as the corrupted that dragged him down to the basement slowly crawls out, crouching down into an attack stance. The strange corrupted is here again. The corrupted's crimson eyes fix on Wansha. Despite getting ready for a while, it doesn't attack. It is as if it's waiting for something. Commandant, do you think it's trying to lead me somewhere? Wansha rises to his feet, raises his revolver, and cautiously moves forward. The corrupted lets out a screech before turning and vanishing into the dark corridor. It's on the move again. I'll follow it. Stay in contact and keep us updated on your status. Your mind hasn't stabilized yet. There's no telling when the next memory data surge will hit. Understood. Ooh. Things are heating up. Ooh! It's splitting up again. Into at least 2 perspectives, I guess. Crumbling silence. He could have been kinder. Many years ago, even the prosperous Kowloon cannot escape the punishing virus's destruction across the land. A mother stares in despair at the collapsed building before her. Flames rage as the corrupted, gleaming with crimson light, surge forward in a mass. Children. And... Run! The hospital's burning to the ground! The corrupted are coming! There's still so many people inside. Clutching a small bundle in her arms, Wanshu takes one last look at the Kowloon People's Hospital engulfed in flames, before being pulled away by soldiers helping with the evacuation. She has little experience caring for children. She unwraps the bundle to see the infant inside is barely breathing, ravaged by extensive wounds and a high fever. Disinfect him. Please save him. Or wants you, right? The soldier calls out to confirm her identity amidst the raging battle. Yes. Both Wanshe and I qualified to board the transport aircraft. This way. Sir, I found them! The soldier reports the search status to their leader, through the comms while fending off attacks from the corrupted. Ah! No! I didn't mean to hit that. Once we find the transport aircraft, someone will ensure your safety. Ugh! A corrupted sinks its teeth into the human soldier's thigh. Go! The transport aircraft is right ahead. A thunderous roar erupts, followed by a blast of heat. Wanshu clutches Wansha tightly to her chest and drops to the ground. .056 opens her eyes in the research facility dormitory, holding her head as she suppresses a dull ache. It's already this late. 056 checks the time before putting on her coat and leaving the room. In the harsh white light reflecting off the research facility's corridor walls, 056 adjusts her collar and checks today's required items. A notebook, pen, and an old-fashioned wristwatch. As the watch hand strikes the hour, 056 steps into the transparent laboratory chamber. Right on the dot again today? I hope I'm not interrupting anyone's experiment. The other researchers, busy at their stations, pause their work to look up. Don't worry, just do what you need to do. Today, your mission is... check the status of test subjects, dispose of experimental waste. If you don't have any questions, proceed immediately. There's a problem. Last month, I was still directly processing data from the connection experiments. But ever since Dr. Pickman arrived, you've removed me from the project and given me these menial tasks. I want to know why. Oh, Dr. Pickman is not a good name. Bad dude. And I'm, in a different story chapter, we fought and beat him. He gone now. It's just a simple task reassignment. Your job now is to keep the lab rats healthy. They're not lab rats. This is why you had to be transferred. 056 silently observes her former colleagues at work. Some shake their heads with bitter smiles, while others make no attempt to hide their disgust. 056 doesn't linger in the lab. She leaves immediately. The elevator takes 056 to the basement, the cultivation area, where they keep the lab rats. A few test subjects are playing in the corridor. 056 is here! Eviana, Theodore, get behind me! All the test subjects are human children under 10 years old, and Eamon is the eldest among them. Except for Eviana and Theodore, all the other children have been modified into constructs. Their minds display various disease symptoms. Almost every child carries the results of an entire research team, euphemistically dubbed Special Research. Everyone out. I need to do a head count. Other test subjects come out from the cultivation area. Several are hiding behind Eamon, who is also backing away. Where's Joshua? The boy is missing from the group today. Joshua was taken away by other adults early this morning. They took him away. He failed his class again yesterday. That was his third X. He failed, so the adults took him to the disposal site. Eamon clearly recounts what happened to Joshua this morning. 056 looks at the performance chart hanging in the cultivation area's corridor. The checks and X's, X marks stand out sharply. Those with too many failing marks are crossed out with a single stroke, indicating the subject has been sent to the disposal site. And today, 056 happens to be assigned to this task: disposal of experimental waste. Will Joshua and the others ever come back? They'll come back. No. Aviana and Theodore, show me your arms. Why do they need more injections again? The construct Eamon grits his teeth and turns away, refusing to watch as Theodore and Aviana obediently roll up their restraint suit sleeves, revealing thin arms with purple veins pulsing weakly beneath the skin. As the long needle pierces their arms, Theodore remains silent, while tears well up in Aviana's big eyes. 056. It hurts. This is a necessary procedure. I'm sorry. Eamon said that if they're giving us medicine today, it means we'll be the next ones to undergo modification in a few days. Stop talking. Eamon tries to stop his companions from discussing it, but 056 hears everything anyway. 056 watches the medicine drip down the syringe, remembering the last arrangement they discussed before reassigning her. After converting Aviana and Theodore into constructs, they plan to use these children as test subjects for as many experiments as possible. These two children weren't left unmodified because of poor conditions. On the contrary, the researchers seem particularly interested in their future modifications. It's as if they're using all the previous test subjects as practice runs for these two. If these two children fail as well, it means this batch of test subjects will be completely used up. They'll need to procure new materials from the Orphanage of Light. I heard the Orphanage of Light is gone, but any other orphanage will do. Mary's Cathedral, the House of Love, whichever works. There's no shortage of orphans in this world anyway. Young and naive, with barely any social connections, people are too preoccupied with their own affairs to notice the world's desolate corners. Injection complete. We're done. Now head back, all of you. Try to be good, and don't make the adults angry. Eamon, are you listening? Don't get yourself thrown into solitary confinement again. Though clearly disgruntled at being singled out, Eamon still helps usher the other children away. Her next job is to dispose of experiment waste. 056 passes through the cultivation area, pushes open another door at its rear, and proceeds down the corridor. At the end of the road, 056 opens the landfill gates. As they slowly slide open on both sides, rare rays of sunlight fall on 056's face. The sunlight shines impartially on everything in the disposal site. The mountain of waste, the sewage, and the fresh experimental waste just dumped at its entrance. Joshua's remains are carelessly dumped in front of 056. His bionic skin is gleaming faintly, and the ID number S0145 is still visible on its surface. During this morning's experiment, he was discarded due to complications that were completely predictable. Perhaps earlier was the last time 056 would ever be able to call Aviana or Theodore's names. 056 picks up a large garbage bag, bends down to pick up the tiny construct's body, and puts it inside. After filling the bag, 056 struggles to climb the mountain of garbage. She puts the garbage bag at the top, to bathe in the sunlight streaming down through the hole in the landfill's ceiling. 056 tilts her head upward and stares at the sun, letting the unbearable light turn everything before her into a blur. For Wonsha. For Wonsha's sake. Should I keep going? A considerable amount of time has passed since she left Babylonia for this highly classified ground research facility. When 056 made the decision, she didn't know exactly what the research facility would look like, but she had a vague idea of what to expect. Shortly after leaving the Science Council, someone contacted her. Well, Wanshu, you made up your mind? They're very interested in our research direction, and have provided ample resources. They'll support whatever you want to do next. That's what everyone says when they want to recruit you. And when you say abundant resources, you mean the excellent test subjects, don't you? You should know exactly what they are. We all know what it means, so there's no need to spell it out, right? What I'm more interested in finding out is who leaked our team's data. What difference would it make if you found the person? There are always opportunists eager to achieve results, and others looking to trade what they have for profit. They'll exploit anything and everything they can get their hands on. Even if you stop one or two of them, there'll always be more people trying to do the same anyway. There are even those outside specifically searching for these. Don't be naive. You're so obsessed with experiments, yet you're no longer with the Science Council. You have no other options. I thought you'd be the easiest to convince. Give me some time to think about it. Make it quick. Oh, by the way, ask that woman Melvi for me as well. No, she's not suitable. After the fire at the Zelenograd laboratory, Melvi showed profound disgust and guilt toward the experimental data they sent back. The night before the Science Council's official investigation order arrives, Wanshu sits in Wansha's hospital room, racing to analyze the blood-stained data. She sets aside these results, all derived from children like him, and turns to look at Wansha, who is surrounded by his array of life support equipment. A revelation comes to her. At first, she attempts to transfer Wansha's consciousness into a simulated mind through a remote connection pod. But the crude and fragmented simulation nearly devours Wansha's weak consciousness instead. She grips onto the monitor in frustration and looks at the infant on the hospital bed, who's too fragile to even withstand a gentle embrace. She implants brain chips in both of them. This time, she enters Wansha's artificial mind with him, only to find nothing but a vast expanse of white. Fighting severe dizziness, she pulls out of the artificial mind before it collapses, dropping to her knees by the hospital bed and checking Wansha's condition with trembling hands. What in the world? Wanshu extends a hopeful finger toward the infant in a deep coma, but receives no grasping reflex in response. Sorry, I have failed again. The simulated mind is still not stable enough. Not nearly enough. The data that once inspired her flashes through her mind again. What if is a real mind. It's all for Wanshe. Everything I do is for him. Wanshu picks up her terminal and initiates a call with the researcher. Keeping her true purpose for going to the surface hidden, Wanshu summons Melvi. She exploits Melvi's empathy and trust, making a seemingly heartfelt plea that convinces Melvi to take in the sickly Wanshu. When are you leaving? I'm leaving tomorrow. Tonight, I'll stay here and watch him a little longer. I'll leave you two alone then, Melvi. The weight of her conscience makes her call out to Melvi. Is there something else? Melvi is holding the hospital room door open and turning back to look at Wanshu. Wanshu's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. The mind research, recall, surgeries, and ethics and morality. She no longer cares about any of it. With her heart shattering silently, she only wants to tell Melvi everything she plans to do. Would you condemn me? What's there to condemn? The surgery you performed on Wanshe? I understand how you feel. We're already this far down. How much worse could things possibly get? No, that's not it. I'll do anything, everything, for Wanshe. Wanshu can't tell if Melvi caught the deeper meaning in her words. Melvi, known for her quick temper, only responds with a pitying glance. These children, modified before they even turned 10, were no different from Wanshe. Remember that, and you won't lose your humanity to madness. After spending the night by her child's sickbed, she leaves Babylonia at the scheduled time the next day to become researcher number 056. Despite her previous research experience, 056 receives no special treatment. She performs mundane tasks at the facility, collecting and analyzing experimental data from the children. She has never seen the process of children being transformed into constructs firsthand. By the time she arrived, only Theodore and Daviana were not yet transformed. Even so, she can imagine what it must have been like for them, from the terror on the children's faces whenever they speak of the transformation surgery. Some were already unhappy with their pretentious concern for the test subjects. After Dr. Pickman came, Wanshu was further sidelined to handle menial tasks. She needs continued access to the consciousness connection device in the central lab, but her current position is far from where she needs to be. If adopting the proper attitude toward test subjects will help regain their trust, then for the sake of Wanshe, she can sacrifice what remains of her conscience. Keep going. The day of success is yet to come. 056 emerges from the disposal site, touches the control panel, and seals its gates shut. Oh boy. That is dark. Keeping demons. They are just kids who've never even seen the world, trained to be soldiers the moment they're born. They are all demons Renegade 056 created. Today is when Theodore and Daviana will undergo modifications and testing. The researchers have high expectations for both children. Bring them in. Theodore hasn't been doing well lately. I suggest we wait a while longer. Wait a while longer? The researcher deliberately emphasizes certain words in his question. Dr. Pickman's team has been preparing for this new direction for quite some time. We've already verified Theodore and Daviana's physical examination data. Everything checks out. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you've grown attached to these children. He gives 056 a meaningful look. There's no point in waiting any longer. Besides, today you'll be allowed into the lab. What do you need me to do? We will attempt to migrate a construct's mind into a new vessel. As for you, do you see that connection device? The researcher points to the massive cold apparatus in the center of the lab. We need someone to establish an early connection with the vessel. We've all heard about what you did during your research in Babylonia. How you attempted to connect with a construct, despite the risk of neural damage. I do have some experience. Though this is exactly what 056 has been hoping for. Her instincts tell her something isn't right. You're familiar with these two test subjects, and Dr. Pickman believes they'll have higher compatibility with your observation. These test subjects are valuable. I suppose Dr. Pickman wants to play it safe. Aviana is the first to be brought in. She's already crying, noisily trying to make the adult holding her let go. Even after receiving a stern warning glance, she bites her lip and falls silent, fighting back her tears. Theodore is next. Though appearing more composed than Aviana, he too is pulled by his restraints toward another lab meant for modifications. Soon, both labs begin operating simultaneously. Transparent tubes connect the tiny bodies to the life support equipment necessary for their survival during the modification process. 056 sits outside the sealed lab, watching the scene inside through the transparent protective window. As Aviana struggles against her restraints, Theodore manages to force a weak smile at 056. 056? To be honest, I'm a little scared too. He seems to have more to say to 056. He tries to reach out his hand, but the restraining suit prevents his arms from moving. Relax. You all show excellent affinity with the Tantalum 193 copolymer. The researcher's words are relayed through the comms into the lab. General anesthesia cannot be administered during construct modification surgery. In the very first incision, Aviana begins to scream. 056 and all the researchers present witness this heart-wrenching modification procedure. Ugh. They watch as the two kids are gradually dismembered. Skin peeled away, muscles slashed and removed. And before their unsupported flesh can fall apart, it's already being reshaped into something new. Reconstruction takes several hours. Only when Theodore and Aviana are reborn in their new form do the observers finally breathe a sigh of relief. Did the modification work? As people exchange hushed cheers, a man in a white lab coat enters the lab. Dr. Pickman. Pickman watches with satisfaction as the small construct in the isolation chamber slowly adjusts their visual modules, and the white-haired woman on the other side stares back at him. As expected, these two are our finest subjects. We can proceed to the next phase. Several people following behind Pickman quickly enter the lab and begin preparing their protective suits, while Pickman continues his conversation with 056. So you're... I remember your name from Babylonia. I wasn't wrong, and trusting you with this mission was the right choice. You've built a good rapport with the children. Do you know what this connection device is capable of? I know you want to try a connection method that's safer and more convenient than the remote connection pod. But in its current state, I'd say it's nowhere near what you envisioned. That's right. We still can't get rid of this bulky connection device. Unfazed by 056's bluntness, Pikmin begins to explain patiently. But this goes beyond mere connection experiments. I want to try so much more. This device is capable of far more than you can imagine. The researcher takes out a long probe, stabbing it into 056's spine. Other monitoring patches are also attached to her human body. All of these children have varying degrees of mind irregularities. We engineered them to be like that. The mind disorders in those children, Eamon's missing memory data, even 07's random periods of unconsciousness. All of these were artificially induced. The researcher's words echo in 056's mind. She suddenly looks up, her gaze fixed on the two children in the lab. Is this your new experiment? Who's the vessel? Whose mind are you planning to transfer? Without answering 056's questions, Pikmin activates the connection device. It's safer than the remote connection pod, but you'll still enter a sleep-like state during the connection process. Try to relax as much as possible. Pikmin. As consciousness gradually slips away, and even the white lights on the ceiling fade to darkness, Pikmin's words still linger in the air. I was the one who invited you here, because I admire your spirit in volunteering yourself for the experiment. Besides myself, you treat all these children equally. I can tell they've grown quite attached to you. I believe we share the same feelings for these children. You would make the perfect guide for them. From here on, you only need to focus on observation and guidance. This is how 056 was connected to Aviana's mind. Beneath the foreign human consciousness, data streams ebb and flow like tides. Perhaps due to the recent modifications, Aviana's mind remains unstable. .056 wades through the data, searching through the vast, pristine space. A true construct's mind is indeed vastly different from the artificial one she painstakingly crafted. Aviana? A tiny white figure stands motionless ahead. At 056's call, she turns her head with childlike curiosity. The moment Aviana turns around, a sharp pain strikes 056 where the brain chip is implanted. Aviana, how are you feeling?
056? Where am I?
Aviana's sudden calmness worries 056. 056 will never forget how the child had just been crying until her voice went hoarse. Perhaps when all tears are shed and all blood is drained, there will be no more pain. This is your mind.
Is this my place? And what is he?
Aviana crouches down and picks something up from the sea, then turns around to show 056 what she's holding in her arms. In the small child's arms lies an even tinier infant, sleeping peacefully with eyes tightly shut.
056 did this, didn't you? You two look alike.
Perhaps stirred by Aviana's voice, the infant opens its eyes for the first time, revealing golden irises, identical to 056's. Aviana stands on tiptoes and places the awakened infant into 056's arms.
Hold him. He's yours. I won't tell anyone. The older kids told me that people outside can't see what's in the mind, so don't worry. Oh, right. Do you know what class they're making Theodore and me take today?
Aviana,
You are a vessel. 056 mutters, almost inaudibly. 056 is muttering, but I know Theodore will be sent here. Aviana points at the endless expanse, where the silhouette of another boy can be seen. But they won't succeed. One shoe feels a chill run down her spine as she looks at Aviana's expression. Innocent, yet completely devoid of emotion. It hurts. I'm scared. Theodore? Someone, anyone, help me. It hurts. Following Theodore's sudden scream, a crimson wave surges from his direction, threatening to devour everything in its path. 056's thoughts are violently ripped from the mind. Her vision blurs and a cacophony of noise fills the air. Wait, hold off on the next step. Punishing is about to exceed the concentration limit. No, wait, it already did! The needle on one of the monitors rapidly swings past the safe zone, prompting the man watching the gauges to immediately slam down the nearest emergency button. Terminate 056's connection and activate the emergency protocol. We cannot let Aviana be contaminated as well. Terminate the transfer process. Okay. The researchers around Theodore are well prepared, wearing thick protective suits. Through their goggles, all eyes are fixed on the punishing infected construct as the metal restraints slowly tighten. The corrupted struggles against his restraints, tearing them apart as a researcher cries out in alarm. The emergency protocols have failed. We can't contain it. Stop! Stop right now! Everyone out! Don't open the door. The punishing concentration in there is far beyond what we can handle. He's gone haywire. Abandon the test subject. Everyone evacuate. Do not approach this lab. What about us? The corrupted begins to struggle, its body emitting a red glow. Massive amounts of punishing energy pierce through the protective suits, corroding away the skin of the nearest researchers. Through her blurred vision, 056 watches as one lab descends into hell, while in the other, people hastily evacuate Aviana. Pikmin calmly observes the tragedy unfolding in the lab. Seemingly dissatisfied with the results, prepares to leave. Hold off on disposing of the corrupted. Salvage whatever equipment we can recover first, and we'll deal with Aviana's situation later. Thank you all for your work today. Remember to mark Aviana with a check. She did well today, too. While others watch Pikmin's departure in terror, 056 remains motionless, her eyes fixed intensely on the corrupted behind the transparent window. Don't leave. 056's hands tremble. She has achieved what she set out to do, yet the scene before her smothers any trace of joy that success might bring. Theodore was the most obedient one, doing anything she asked just to hear her say that he was a good boy. He instinctively stays close to her. 056 can feel his deep trust and dependence. Even today, she too was thrown into the experiments like a lab rat. She is now on the children's side, at their eye level, forced to look up at the hands of the researchers from the outside world. Hands they are too powerless to resist. At this moment, frozen in shock and fear, she finally realizes what really has stained her hands. She, too, is among those who have been pushing the lab rats into the abyss.
The researchers rarely speak of that experiment. The deaths of their colleagues have cast dark shadows over everyone's hearts. After witnessing the horrors of the corrupted firsthand, they've grown more wary of the constructs, imposing stricter activity schedules, conducting more frequent mind scans, and even reinforcing the cultivation area's gates. Yet 056, who participated in that experiment herself, appears unchanged, remaining as silent as ever. No one wants to approach this distant woman, as if humans who are living among the lab rats are no different from the rats themselves. But 056 is the guide that Dr. Pickman specifically asked for, and the final results proved him right. The researcher reports the experimental data with trembling hands. Compared to the standard infection rate, they discovered that 056 helped Theodore's mind resist corruption for 7 additional seconds. From then on, 056 becomes the connector responsible for stabilizing test subjects' mind. None of the subjects resist her presence, and almost none are marked with 3 X's and discarded anymore. A period of stability follows. Test subjects continue to have their regular episodes of mind illness. Checkmarks are placed on the record sheets after each experiment, and the lab rats return to the cultivation area to live their lab rat lives, exactly as arranged by the researchers. "056, it's my turn for a lesson today." "Eamon, you can come closer." Eamon, the most mature of the children, has always been wary of 056. Even now, he keeps his distance, eyes fixed intently on the small boy with closed eyes beside 056. His name is Wansha. You don't like him? Eamon shakes his head. Then why won't you come closer? Are you afraid of me? I never really quite know who you are, but I've never felt scared while I'm here. Eamon points to his own chest, even though the flesh and blood heart there has long since been replaced. Why? Because you seem like a kind person. A kind person. You smile at us sometimes, listen to what we say, and never cut us off when we talk. When the adults outside criticize us, you come to take us away. At bedtime, you hum songs for us. And when Aviana is scared of the dark, you let her hug you for a while. You're the kindest adult I've ever met. The truth is, I don't know any proper lullabies. I just make them up as I go. As for everything else, I'd never done any of it before. I only started because the children asked me to. Then you're the first adult who's ever listened to what we wanted. Aviana told me that those adults took away more of my memory data again last time. I have known you for 3 days this time, and you've been like this the whole time. If I could know you for 30 days, I might even stand next to you now. Come here, Eamon. Take your time. Come closer to me. There's nothing to be afraid of. Within the mind, Eamon takes 2 tiny steps forward, but he barely moves at all. I can give you a hug, if you'd like. 056 doesn't know what the children like best, but she's noticed that when given a hug, they become more cooperative and make fewer mistakes during experiments. No matter what happens out there, there will always be open arms here waiting for you. No matter how mature he tries to act, Eamon is still just a child. After a moment's hesitation, he chooses to believe in the embrace, even if distrust will only last 3 days. But Eamon doesn't really like Wansha, who is the parasite, since he must stay away whenever Wansha is conscious.
056 doesn't want Wansha to see this place's true owner. Eamon can tell that 056 loves Wansha more, and that makes him jealous. But it seems all the other children have taken quite a liking to this little brother. Another ordinary day. Aviana is the child coming in for her lesson today. Be careful. Don't let Wansha see you. He will remember everything. Within Aviana's mind, she sits on a hillside with 056, watching a white-haired boy playing by the shore below. Seeing us might scare him, so we'll make sure to stay well hidden. Aviana glances at the unsightly joints on her body, then cautiously studies 056's expression. Only after confirming that 056 isn't in a bad mood does she dare to speak. His fingers were hurt. I'm sorry. It was my fault. Your fault? Yeah. I took a test tube last time and it broke. It was an accident. So he touched it too. He touched the wheat lawns in that wheat field below and got pricked. Did he tell you before that he touched the seawater? 056 waits silently for Aviana to confess. It was me. I touched the culture medium. I wanted to know what it tasted like. And that's not all. Everything that child sees, even the sunlight, is fake. The harsh laboratory lights overhead become their sun. And every sunny day marks another experiment between 056 and the test subjects. 056 lets out a soft sigh. It's okay. Really? You're not angry at me? 056 recalls a recent evening when she was sitting in the cultivation area, organizing the day's logs and listening to the children's cheerful bedtime chatter. That night, the children's conversation centered around a child named Wansha. I like 056 the most. 056 likes Wansha the most, so I like Wansha too. With him here, I won't be the youngest anymore. Can he be my little brother? Aviana, stop talking. Last time, 056 used the connection lines to show him flowers, and now he can recognize several different types. Oh, really? What kind of flowers? A daisy? I don't know either. Aviana holds up a metal buckle from the restraints, directing her question to 056 in the distance. 056? How about using this one as our next insect? Sitting under the light, 056 nods toward the darkened section of the room. With 056's permission, the other children follow suit. One by one, they prepare to bring out their treasures, joining 056 in crafting a beautiful dream for the boy. Another girl lets out a giggle from within the darkness. It's like we're giving him lessons. If only we could talk to him. These children have never known the warmth of parental love. In the harsh underground lab, they can only learn a faint semblance of love from 056. 056's love is simple, and simple for them to imitate. All they need to do is love the child named Wansha. Though they will never have the chance to grow up, they've learned to love the youngest child as siblings and parents would. 056? 056? Are you deep in thought? Aviana gently flushed one shoe within her mind. I zoned out. Aviana, I want to transmit everything that's happening here in its most complete form. I can't establish contact with the outside world, but I can try to preserve everything that's happening here in someone's memory. There's someone out there, connected to me in a different way. 056 points to their head, and Aviana responds almost instantly. Is it Wansha? I don't understand, but whatever you do, it must be right. Oh, right. I have a question for you. I'm not the only one who wants to know. Since I'm the one having class today, everyone thought I should ask you. What is it? She fidgets nervously, her gaze wandering. Only after mustering up all her courage does she finally speak to Wanshu in this mind. Can we call you Mom? After a long moment of contemplation, 056 finally nods her head. Right. Alright, but you'll have to do something in return. From now on, you'll follow all of my instructions. Starting today, sharpen the buckles on your restraining straps. Make them as sharp as you possibly can. Dr. Pickman believes Theodore still has value, so he keeps Theodore locked away in that sealed lab. The researchers always avoid this room, and even when passing by, they keep their heads down, refusing to look at the corrupted inside. 056 believes that while others see Theodore as a fearsome demon, what they are doing is essentially raising that very demon. Meanwhile, 056 secretly prepares a plan of her own. She calls out and invites the children, guiding them across the meadow toward her. Within their mind, she offers them a momentarily comforting embrace, and in a gentle voice, tells them what must be done. From this day forward, no one will be abandoned again. The people outside will tell you to gather all your toys in one place, but you can secretly hide some of them. You have the power to resist them. With these toys, you can fight back. When I give the warning signal, this is what you must do. 056 presses her own neck against one of the sharpened toys. Thrust it in and slash. That's all you need to do. Now they have a mother. They are no longer mere test subjects with numbers that can be discarded at will. They're just kids who've never even seen the world, trained to become soldiers connected together by one umbilical cord. They are all demons Renegade 056 has created. Gameplay! Oh, it's both the Wanshas. Both of his frames. Toys and kaleidoscopes. Can ants kill elephants? Oh, right into the gameplay. Okay.
I just want to save him. I must save him. But what about those kids? Who could save them?
Still feeling a bit dizzy. This is an area we haven't investigated.
Wansha, you've been taking risks the whole day.
Sometimes I just feel if I don't take the opportunity right now, it'll be gone forever. Guess I'm just going to keep moving, since I've come all the way down here already.
Guess you probably don't need a reminder, but let's make sure we stay connected. And if anything comes up, stop and wait for Rosetta and me to join you. Stay safe.
Looks like someone or something destroyed half of its body. I should go see what happened. It's Short-Alt's candy again. What a clue. Guess I'd just be pushing you closer to your limit if I keep going, huh?
Warning. Continued use of Hawkeye may lead to increased mind deviation. A candy. It won't explode. It will sing you a song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Am I supposed to go? Maybe I need Hawkeye. There we go.
Is this one of the researchers from back then?
Is that the silhouette of one chiseled frame? I think it is. Yep.
Don't you think karma is going to bite us in the butt? If we run these experiments on kids?
Are you really going to lecture me on morals? Now, when you can't even remember how many unwanted experiment subjects you've gotten rid of?
You know what? Let's get back to work. There's no end to what we're doing here.
Am I seeing all this from 056's perspective?
Okay.
Seeing the blue weakness has been fully exposed. My choice. I still have another shot.
Mind beacon disconnected. Connection attempt. Transmission failed.
Get out of the way, you! You aren't supposed to be here.
I'm going to the lab.
Didn't you hear what I just said? You don't have no authorization. Huh. You can forget about the data and focus on hanging out with those subjects now.
056 didn't have full access to the research center. Who exactly was being wary of her?
It's right. It's not fast like this.
Okay. Ah!
I still have another shot. Your weakness is my choice.
There we go. Like, Rose, let an area. Now, reporting.
The columns are down too.
What are you doing here?
My new job is to keep an eye on the power system.
Is that a joke? And what's that thing flying behind you? You talking to someone?
I don't have time for chit-chat.
You... Are you really going rogue?
Should have seen this coming.
Those people are trying to take 07 away!
Don't cry. Let's get moving when we hear the alarm. Let's destroy the power system first.
Mom! I did it. Can we go now?
Security system is also taken care of. But I'm sure there's a backup power supply here. I need to get the kids out of here before it's activated.
My mind is overloaded and my visuals are gone. As I collapse, my glove detects a metal casing by touch alone. A name tag marked 056, heavily worn and torn off, of course. It's ice cold to the touch. If she wears that cold name tag, maybe she can cut away one more piece of her conscience.
I thought none of us would be sent to the cell anymore. But the alarm is ringing already. Mom.
We still got company? Take out all your toys! Take your knives out!
056. Did you succeed? Is that short off up ahead?
No children here. Short off. You're hallucinating. Those test subjects. Boy, still had time here.
I'm leaving your personality data here, so you don't have to worry about forgetting them. I will wake you up.
The mind completely collapses, erupting into a tempestuous storm. Wansha doesn't resist, submitting quietly to its depths. All memory data, deeply buried in the whirling void, breaks free at once. Type B and C, backtrack error. Type D, visual data convergence. Warning, mind usage exceeds baseline threshold. Warning, mind beacon connection lost. System reboot attempt 1. System reboot attempt 2. Transfer protocol terminated. Reboot failed. Reboot failed. Reboot failed. This is pretty art. He hovers above the spiral of memory data as shards of light illuminate one by one around him. The truth buried deep within this place encircles him like a shattered kaleidoscope, revealing its final records. Everything he had forgotten, and all the memories that 056 had tried to convey to him, finally become whole in this moment. What I forgot. These are 056's memories. Experiences sink directly to me. He reaches his hand out, attempting to touch the nearest shard. The shard reflects a blinding light from years past. Having shut down the power system, 056 stands still,
a blood-dripping demolition hammer in hand, breathing heavily. Just moments ago, she killed the staff in here. No time to mess around here. There's still backup power. 056 raises the demolition hammer, bringing it down again and again on the backup power console. Sparks fly until the final trace of light is smashed into the darkness, and the screaming alarms fall silent. The children are waiting for me. 056's hands tremble as she conceals her weapon at her side, rushing toward the cultivation zone. The terminal she used to contact the children has gone silent. They can't be sure of their safety anymore. After all, her plan to smuggle the test subjects out of the research facility has been exposed. Did the power suddenly go out? And what's with the alarm? Quick, the backup power. That lab. That lab needs consistent power. Several researchers rush past in panic, but 056 silently walks against their flow through the darkness. Wait a second. Which lab are you from? What are you doing here? The researcher approaches, sweeping a handheld light across 056's face. You're from Project 5, right? I think I remember you. The one who connects with those test subjects? Yes, that's me. I was just heading to check on the cultivation area. If there's anything you need help with, I'd be glad to assist. Who cares about those test subjects right now? This is absolutely not the time to be hung up on that. Come with us. We need to activate the backup power in all experiment zones. They're still punishing in that sealed lab. If anything happens to it, we're dead. Having failed to slip away, 056 tightens her grip on the weapon. She lacks the strength to take down anyone else. The risk might be too great. What are you standing around for? The cautious man glances at 056's side. Hey, she's got something in her hand. The man shouts and points at 056's hand, then lunges forward to seize her weapon. Watch out! I knew something was wrong with her. No wonder Dr. Pickman revoked her clearance. 056 takes 2 steps back, muscles tensing in her arm, as she raises her weapon with all her might. Ugh! Before the weapon plunges, the researchers in front all burst into screams of agony. White figures emerge from the shadows without warning, pouncing on their victims with thin, raised arms, stabbing again and again. Get away! Get away! Human blood splatters, and slowly trickles down the construct's smooth, synthetic skin. The test subjects, wielding sharp weapons from unknown sources, mercilessly eliminate the lives before them, as casually as they once disposed of other test subjects in the dump. Aviana! That's enough! Aviana, stop! Eamon wraps his arms around the screaming Aviana, whose eyes are squeezed shut, and pulls her away from the fresh corpse. I remember him! He took Joshua and the others away! And just now he tried to take 07 too. Aviana sheds no tears. She opens her eyes to the gruesome scene before her, then steals a timid glance at 056. And he wanted to stop Mom. I couldn't let him. It's okay. It's okay. Eamon hugs Aviana while peeling away the wax coating from the crayon in her hand, revealing a sharp metal spike within. 056. We've sharpened the restraint buckles like you told us to. Aviana hid it in the gaps between bedboards. I hid it inside the crayons, and so did they. Eamon points to the group of test subjects behind him. They remain silent, gripping tightly their only weapon. 056's ultimate command. The alarm went off, but you didn't show up as promised. Instead, the gatekeepers came to check on us. They discovered our weapons and tried to lock us up. So we took care of them. As 056 remains silent for what feels like an eternity, fear begins to grip Aviana. Mommy? 056? Are you mad? No. Did we do the right thing? 056 avoids answering directly and orders all test subjects to roll up their sleeves. Feel your upper arm. There should be a small lump under the skin. Can you find it? The test subjects nod. Cut it open and extract what's inside. No one complains about pain. The bionic skin parts silently as the tracking chips are extracted from their bodies. Destroy it. All tracking chips are violently smashed against the ground, then crushed under little feet. Oh, jeez. Alright, well, I've reached the halfway point, at least in terms of stages. And it's almost 4 a.m. here. So, I think I'm gonna stop here. I'll pick up with the rest of this storyline either tomorrow night or Saturday night. It depends on other things. I might have to do something else tomorrow night. So if that still happens, I'll just do it on Saturday. Either way, I'll post on Twitter and Blue Sky the day that I'm going to stream. So that's it tonight. Is anybody still raiding? No. Is anybody still streaming? No. I figured. So instead, we're just gonna end things here. Good night, everybody. Thank you for coming, and thank you for sticking around for this long. I had no idea this story chapter was going to be so long. But even so, thanks for staying. And I hope you all have a good night, and a good day tomorrow, and I'll see you next time. Well, I hope to see you next time. You don't have to come. It's not like I'm gonna force it. But anyway, thanks for coming, and I hope to see you next time. Goodbye!